ESPN's presentation of AL/NL Showdown, presented by State Farm.
This is Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, USA, on a beautiful SoCal Sunday afternoon for the Yankees and the Dodgers. It's been a scrapbook weekend for Dodger manager Joe Torre and the team whose championship tradition he helped restore. But between the lines, it's been business as usual. And tonight, Torre and the Dodgers try to take the series from the champion Yankees. Southern California, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, part of the AL/NL Showdown, presented by State Farm. The Yankees and the Dodgers, the rubber match of their three-game series, and the finale of interleague play 2010. It could not be a more beautiful night. This series kicked off on Friday, and it was a reunion of sorts for former Yankee manager Joe Torre. Current Yankee manager Joe Girardi was a player for him. So was Derek Jeter. So was Mariano Rivera. A lot of memories and the big reunion. Then the game. And Alex Rodriguez hit this sixth-inning home run. That broke a 1-1 tie. The Yankees had a lead, and they never gave it up. Mariano Rivera struck out Ramirez. He struck out everybody. Struck out the side to wrap it up. And he continues to do that thing he's done so well. Then on Saturday, the Dodgers looking to get even. A.J. Burnett on the mound for the Yankees, and a horrible month of June for him. It continued. James Loney hit this bases-loaded single, and that tied the ball game in the third inning at 4. Then the very next inning, he got another base hit. More RBIs. This put the Dodgers ahead. Loney finished up with 4 RBIs. The Dodgers won it 9-4. The series is even. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller, along with the Dodger legend, Orel Hershiser, and the Hall of Fame second baseman, Joe Morgan. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. Now, we've got some great talent here in the booth, as you can see. And when you think about the world champion Yankees, you think about all of the talent they have, including the great shortstop, Derek Jeter, the quintessential Yankee, and, of course, Yankee sluggers such as Alex Rodriguez and Mark Teixeira. But right now, Joe, the best of them all, for batting average, for defense, name it, Robinson Cano.
Well, John, when the Yankees failed to re-sign Hideki Matsui, who was also the World Series MVP, everyone wondered, who's going to hit fifth? Who's going to protect Alex Rodriguez? Well, Joe Girardi had the answer. It was second baseman Robinson Cano. He was put into the fifth slot, and not only has he protected Alex Rodriguez, but he's put up big numbers himself. He has hit 14 home runs and driven in 50 runs. He also leads the major leagues with a .359 batting average. So he's had a fantastic season offensively. But when you talk to him, he doesn't want to talk about the numbers. He wants to talk about how much he's improved as a defensive second baseman. He's only made 1 error so far this season. He's in the running now to win a Gold Glove, and I think that would mean more to him than even a batting title. But here's a guy that's only made the All-Star team 1 time in 2006. I will bet that he makes the All-Star team again this year. He's been the most consistent Yankee as well. He hit 400 in April, 336 in May, and he's hitting 348 in June, John.
All right, well, we're anxious to see him here tonight in the rubber match of this series. We got lots of good hitters on both sides, Orel, but when I think of Dodger Stadium, I always think of pitching. Maybe you too, for some reason. We got an intriguing pitching matchup on tap tonight. The Dodgers go with the 22-year-old phenom, Clayton Kershaw, a left-hander, and he's up against one of the great big-game pitchers of his time, 38-year-old lefty Andy Pettitte. And Orel, Pettitte is off to one of his best starts ever.
Yeah, he's having a great career and a great year this year. Mr. Predictable and unpredictable tonight. And unpredictable on mound is Andy Pettitte. Not in results, but the way he's attacking hitters. Came into the league, fastball cutter. But now the repertoire is bigger. He has a changeup. He has a two-seamer. He has a curveball. And as a veteran, with that location and those 5 pitches, he has had an outstanding start to this year. And then on the other side, the young lefty, the grooming ace of the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw. Been predictable in the way that he has responded to tough outings. Had 4 rough outings of the 15 so far, but has always come back with a good one. His last one was a rough one against the Angels. Good stats this year, but I'll tell you what, the Dodgers expect him to respond tonight.
All right, so we're looking for a good one. It is the rubber match of the series. Clayton Kershaw is all finished warming up. He'll be coming in to face Derek Jeter, and the rivalry, which has a lot of history, will be renewed. They've played mostly in the World Series over the years, 11 times. The Yankees winning 8 of those World Series matchups, and one more chapter to be written now.
This place is great. Many cute guys here. Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
Garmin phone. Connecting to the worlds around you. It's the first Android-powered smartphone and Garmin GPS in one. Navigate your world. Garmin phone. Exclusively at T-Mobile. Visit GarminPhone.com today.
At Toyota, we care about your safety. That's why we're investing $1 million every hour to improve our technology and your safety. It's an investment that's helped Toyota earn multiple top safety pick awards for 2010 by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. No other brand has won more. These top safety picks and all our new safety innovations are available at toyota.com/safety.
MLB Network's putting our game face on, bringing you more live baseball action in 2010 with Thursday Night Baseball and Saturday Night Baseball every week all season long. Want more? We've got matinee games, doubleheaders, and key matchups as the pennant races take shape. Plus, every night, MLB Tonight takes you inside the park with look-ins to live games. We're serious about live baseball action. MLB Network in 2010. We've got our game face on. Do you?
Welcome to Greater Offshore Bank and Trust. Right now, we're offering you $500 just to open an account. We just need your most intimate personal information. Driver's license number. Do you have any credit cards on you? Just put both of those numbers right here. We're doing a DNA scan. We just need a hair sample. Great, let me put that in there. Your first boyfriend. Just a yes or no whether or not he broke your heart.
The new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV. Immerse yourself in incredible depth and clarity thanks to fast-switching phosphors and Infinite Black Panel Pro.
Panasonic Plasma is the difference.
With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV? Get these 2 Blu-ray 3D discs as a bonus when you buy any Panasonic 3D HD TV.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by State Farm. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com.
Sunday Night Baseball from the world of Dodgertown. And there is Joe Girardi, Yankee manager of the world champion New York Yankees. And here's his batting order presented by Taco Bell. With Derek Jeter at the top, the shortstop. Nick Swisher, the switch-hitting right fielder. Mark Teixeira starting to come alive with the home run bat at first base. Alex Rodriguez had the game-winning home run here on Friday at third base. Robinson Cano, the league's leading hitter, second base. Jorge Posada, another great Yankee for a long, long time. He's the catcher. Curtis Granderson, the former Tiger, is healthy again, back in center field. Brett Gardner having a big year, the young left fielder. And Andy Pettitte, the ancient one, is batting ninth, the pitcher.
And Alex Rodriguez, if you look at that lineup, needs to get it going. But you know what? Fewest through 68 games in his career, the 10 home run mark. But you know what? 52 RBIs. And he says he's starting to get really comfortable in the batting cage. His swing is coming around, and expect him to get hot.
Well, Kershaw is 6-2 in his last 9 starts. But the thing that's most impressive to me is that leadoff hitters are hitting .202 against him. He struck out 24 hitters in the first inning. No one else has struck out as many as 20 in their start. So look for him to strike out a couple of guys in the first and get Derek Jeter out. But that's a tough assignment.
So Clayton Kershaw, who has won 7 and lost 4, a 3.24 earned run average. And there's the welcome for the Yankee captain, Derek Jeter. Jeter, who had 2,344 regular season hits while playing for Joe Torre. And in the last 100 years, only one major league player had more hits for one manager. That's Chipper Jones for Bobby Cox. Of course, all of Chipper's hits have come with Bobby Cox as his manager. Strike one to Jeter. And there's Joe Torre. And he was again out there tonight saying so long and wishing the best to the Yankee players who played under him, as Jeter has a solid base hit to center field. And that's his 4th hit of the series. The Dodgers on the field look this way, back of Clayton Kershaw. Around the outfield, Manny Ramirez in left, Reed Johnson in center, Matt Kemp not in there tonight, Andre Ethier in right field. Around the infield, Casey Blake at third, Rafael Furcal at short. On the right side, Ronnie Belliard and James Loney. Loney, the leading RBI man. Russell Martin, who's had a Gold Glove, is the catcher. Matt Kemp, who also has a Gold Glove, and with the left-handed going, he's not in there tonight. He has had a very poor month of June. Tonight, Reed Johnson gets his start. And you wonder if that's almost sort of a mental health night, as a day of rest for Matt Kemp.
Well, he's hitting under 200 in June, John, so he probably does need that kind of a day, just where he does nothing.
Nick Swisher, and that curve is in the dirt for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kershaw has allowed a .220 batting average against for his career, and that is the 4th lowest in the major leagues since he came in, behind Tim Lincecum, 2-time Cy Young winner for the Giants, Rich Harden, and Giovanni Gallardo, the young burgeoning ace of the Milwaukee Brewers. That's a hard hit smash. Nice pickup by Blake. Gets one to first. No! It was nearly an incredible double play, but James Loney could not quite handle that tough in-between hop on the throw from Belliard.
Was a great stop at third base by Casey Blake. I mean, he comes up with it. Great stop. Now he gives him a good throw, but he stands right at the bag, waits there, and Jeter hits him and throws him off balance. And watch, a great stop here. He gives an excellent throw to second base, but you can see where Belliard is. He stays right there. He gets rid of it, but he couldn't get enough on it. Good slide by Jeter to break it up.
So Swisher is aboard. Now the power, the big-time power comes up, and a curveball in there for a called strike to Mark Teixeira. Teixeira hitting .230, 13 homers and 48 runs batted in. He got 10 RBIs and 3 homers in his last 7 games. So the numbers are starting to build for Teixeira. 1 out, runner at first. Out of the slide step, and a fastball in the hands, fouled out of play.
Mark Teixeira is a very streaky hitter, but you can see through these 74 games, very slow start for him, the lowest in his career at average and the lowest in slugging percentage.
Well, he usually heats up, you know, after the first month. He got hot for a spell, and now he's back, you know, he's swinging the bat better, but he's just not Mark Teixeira that we've known.
This is a little pop-up, and he's not running, but it is caught by Belliard. Teixeira, maybe 30 feet out of the box, finally thought, well, maybe I better actually head to first base. What if he lets it drop? Now Alex Rodriguez. You got to run on a pop-up like that, because if they let it drop, you're handing them a double play. Alex Rodriguez, before the game, by the way, part of the soap opera aspect of this series, went over to Dodger manager Joe Torre, his former manager with the Yankees, and said hello, shook hands with him. And there is ball one.
Well, it was becoming a distraction, the fact that they hadn't talked to each other, because otherwise, why do you wait till the last day for this to happen? But I think both of them wanted to stop it before it became a huge story.
And it's all about, I'm guessing it's all about the book that Joe Torre published, the Yankee years, and he had some things to say about Alex Rodriguez that were not real favorable. That's the force out from Furcal to Belliard, and that is the inning. Anyway, Torre and A-Rod seem to be very pleased with one another again. Dodgers coming up.
Over 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevy. They like that vehicles like the 2010 Malibu, Traverse, and Silverado half-ton have each been named a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. They like that Chevy backs the quality with a 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. They're not just trading in, they're trading up. Qualified lessees now get a low-mileage lease on this Malibu LS for around $199 a month. Call for details. The switch to Chevy starts at ChevyDealer.com.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power, the original Gatorade. The after, the gratitude, the protein to recover. Introducing the G-Series from Gatorade, Prime, Perform, Recover.
This is dedicated to a guy we all know, who taught you how to hit and how to throw. A bona fide star as coaches go, keeps the team moving on his Firestone. The players, umpires, folks in the stands see the Firestone performance and think it's grand. So here's to the coach and his Firestone 4 for taking us out to the ball game and more.
Legendary drivers need legendary tires.
361 before the DL, you mean?
Sunday Night Baseball from Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles. The rubber match of the series. There's some former Dodger greats who played in World Series against the Yankees being commemorated. Steve Garvey, Davey Lopes, Joe Torre. And in the foreground there, Bob Schaefer, bench coach. The Dodger batting order presented by Taco Bell. Rafael Furcal. He had a great day yesterday as the leadoff man. It'll be Ronnie Belliard at second base. Andre Ethier in right field. Manny Ramirez hitting cleanup and playing left field. Casey Blake at third base. James Loney, the RBI leader for the Dodgers at first base. Russell Martin, the catcher. Reed Johnson in center field. And Clayton Kershaw is the pitcher batting ninth. And all up against Andy Pettit, the veteran lefty. 238 big league wins. And quite a few wins in the postseason as well, where he has really made his mark. 1 ball and no strikes to Rafael Furcal. 3 hits yesterday, and he scored 3 runs. He was the igniter yesterday. Just off the outside, 2-0. Furcal, a switch hitter with a .303 batting average, 2 homers and 21 batted in. That's a strike on the outside. 2-1. Now, right now, there are no late afternoon shadows encroaching upon the game, although there is the bit of a shadow being cast by one of the light standards near third, between third and the mound. But a little bit later, the shadows will gather around home plate, and the visibility will become very poor for the hitters.
In 2005, I got 5 starts at this time because Sunday Night Baseball had started, and it was absolutely amazing. My ERA was 2.03, but it was because the hitters couldn't see the ball, not because I had a better year.
But they really can't see the ball.
It's really hard. There's about 3-4 innings. Sorry, in 1985. I said 2005. Thank you. But it will get ugly where that shadow will come over and the hitters cannot see the ball hardly at all for about 3-4 innings. It's really hard.
That will go back out of play. 3-2 the count to Furcal. Andy Pettitte, how's he doing it? He's 38 years old, and he's off to one of the best starts that he's ever had. Never really had a better one than this. Pettitte is 9-2 with a 2.48 ERA, and that's ball 4 to Furcal.
John, I think sometimes your reputation precedes you with players. They all remember how great the cutter was and how he used to use it. And now, as Oral said, he's not using the cutter exclusively anymore to get hitters out, and they're all looking for it. And sometimes you look for too much, and maybe he doesn't have as much as he used to have, but they're looking for it that way.
So Pettitte has a little more of a diverse repertoire now. The Dodgers have not hit well as a team against left-handed pitching as Belliard asks for time and backs away. Belliard, a right-handed hitter. And the conventional wisdom is he's supposed to hit better against lefties, but he's hit only .212 against left-handers. And back to the bag is Furcal. Furcal is a guy who can steal a bag, but that is always a problem when Andy Pettitte's on the mound for even the best of base stealers.
He has an outstanding move, probably one of the best moves in the big leagues, and very hard to read. Only 2 attempts off him this year, and 1 was successful, but really just the 2 attempts shows you that nobody even wants to take a chance.
That's in for a strike to Belliard.
And the one that was successful or probably went on first movement.
Correct. Yep.
And got lucky that he didn't throw to first base.
They haven't been keeping that number forever, but since they began keeping track of pickoffs by pitchers, he's got 99, the most in Major League history. Jeter up the middle at short, Cano at second, both cheating toward the middle a bit. There's a bunt attempt and a foul off to the right. That ball ended up in his eyes.
You mean a line drive? Bunt attempt. That was a line drive. He could have pushed that. He could have hit a line drive between first and second.
Like he was trying to bunt for a triple. 0-2 the count. You see how the Yankees are playing it up the middle there with Jeter at short, Cano at second. Big hole open up on the right side of the infield with Teixeira on the bag. And Furcal goes back to first. 0-2 the count. Beautiful afternoon here in Southern California. 73 degrees at game time. Bright blue skies overhead. Little bit of haze. Not bad. We can see the San Gabriel Mountains off in the distance. And the cutter bounced foul back behind the plate. 0-2 the count to Belliard with Andre Ethier on deck.
If you think about the running game and Andy Pettitte trying to shut it down against the Dodgers, if there's a staff in baseball that knows Andy Pettitte, it would be this Dodger staff. Larry Bowa at third was with the Yankees. And then you think about Don Mattingly, who was around Andy Pettitte for so long, and then Joe Torre. So as far as his move and strategy of holding a running game, the Dodgers would know what he tries to do.
He struck him out. Well, it didn't help Belliard. He's gone. Here comes Andre Ethier.
Well, it's not a cutter. It's something a little bit off speed. You see it's a curveball. So you go with the cutter and you start the bat speed thinking it could be something hard, and now it's something that's slower and change planes, and you look sick on it. I think, Joe, you're right. They can hit off reputation a little bit more than they will off a repertoire until he proves physically, you know, this is the things he's going to do in certain counts, because everybody's hitting off his reputation.
Here's Andre Ethier. That is a smash into right field. Furcal with great speed. Swisher's throw right by Jeter and to third base, but there is Furcal. And that's the first hit in a while against a left-handed pitcher for Andre Ethier.
Johnny was 0 for 17 against left-handed, the last 17 against left-handed pitching. You know, he's been struggling since he's been back. You know, he had a great start, fastball in, and he rips it in. That's the place that left-handers can handle left-handed pitching. That ball was down and in and didn't have enough on it. And you just drop the barrel of the bat down on it, and you hit a line drive into right field. Good selection there by Ethier.
Ethier was having a Triple Crown season until he broke the small finger on his right hand. A freakish occurrence during batting practice one day. He was on the disabled list for a while, and he had not really hit well since coming back, especially against lefties. Manny Ramirez, and there is ball one. And this is a guy who has hounded Joe Torre over the years. Manny Ramirez has hit better against Joe Torre managed clubs than anybody.
And at this point, I don't think Pettit has a pitch to really get Manny Ramirez out with, John. Now, it doesn't mean he's not going to get him out, but Manny may get himself out. But he can't throw the cut fastball in on Manny because it's not hard enough. And Manny's a good off-speed hitter, especially from left-handed pitching. So he's going to get a good swing if he gets a strike in the strike zone.
Manny with 86 career plate appearances against Pettit and a .416 batting average against him. He's faced Andy Pettit more than any other player in the game. And the curveball is low. Manny has a .619 slugging percentage in his career against the Yankees, no matter who's pitching. And that is the second highest by any player against the Yankees in Yankee history.
Well, they've been trying to get him out with the breaking ball out of the strike zone, as we've seen the first two pitches here, even with the right-handed pitchers. If you throw the breaking ball in the strike zone, he can handle it.
That's not in the strike zone again. It's 3 balls and no strikes.
Well, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to get Manny to go out of the strike zone because, again, he doesn't have a pitch that he knows that he can get Manny out with. And you know Manny's going to be hitting here if the pitch is in his zone.
He's trying to concentrate, keep the ball down because he knows he probably doesn't have anything to get him by. So we're going to go for the double play and get that grounder, even if it's hard.
That's a called strike. So Joe Torre wanting to see Manny do that thing against the Yankees that he did so many times while he was with the Boston Red Sox and the Cleveland Indians. Beat up on the Yankees. And Manny has been historically good against the Yankees. Hank Greenberg, the only one with a higher slugging percentage against the Yankees in history. That's a foul. And Hank Greenberg, a great slugger in the Hall of Fame. 3-2.
And another breaking ball from Pettit. He just wasn't going to give in to Manny there. And I don't think he may think, oh, I've thrown him 5 breaking balls. Now I can sneak a fastball by him. I wouldn't bet on it, but he may think that.
Yeah, you're going to need to prey on the hitter's aggressiveness here. The fact that Manny wants to drive runs in. This Dodger offense, even though they exploded yesterday, has really been flat over the last 10 to 14 days.
Middle infield double play dead. 3-2 the count. And this could be 2. Cano to second one. Jeter to first. A double play. The inning is over.
And he did make a good pitch. He got a fastball in on Manny and up.
Great opportunity for the Dodgers, and they had the man they wanted up there. But Pettit gets out of the jam, and now Cano will be coming up.
One, two, three.
Well, we get along. Yeah, we really do. And there's nothing wrong with what I feel for you. Go with you. Hang around till the leaves are brown and the summer's gone. What a silly thing for me to say to you as the spring begins to begin.
When you're not worried about potential dangers, the world can be a far less threatening place. Take the scary out of life with Travelers Insurance and see the world in a different light.
Can a smartphone reach the 4 corners of the earth? Can it make unlimited Skype-to-Skype calls to any country without using any minutes?
Hello?
I am anyone on Skype. Droid can with Skype Mobile, one of thousands of apps that can run with other apps from the ever-expanding Android market. When there's no limit to what Droid gets, there's no limit to what Droid does.
Right now, buy one Droid by Motorola and get a second one free. Only from Verizon.
Last year, Jamie and I won a $94 million lottery, so we relocated. And I have to say, people down here are pretty awesome. Terry here was a sniper in the big one, and Maurice, he dated a pointer sister. 2 pointer sisters. Hi, Wendy.
Hey, Jamie.
Son, don't mow my lawn.
The FIFA World Cup continues at 9:30 a.m. The Netherlands face upset-minded Slovakia. And later, 5-time champion Brazil takes on attacking force Chile. The round of 16 continues tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on ESPN.
Jack Nicholson, a long-standing Yankee fan. He's a Laker fan in the NBA, but he's a great Yankee fan when it comes to baseball, and he is got the regalia, the interlocking NY on the Yankee blue cap. Here is Cano. That's foul deep down the left field line, but very much foul. And it's 0-1. Robinson Cano hitting .359, 14 homers, 50 runs batted in. His OPS almost 1,000. So he is hitting for power. He's hitting for average. He's driving in runs. Right now he's on pace for 30 homers, over 100 RBIs, a batting title. And as you said, Joe, the thing he wants to talk about is his defense.
Well, John, the other thing that's impressive is that he's got 14 home runs. 8 of them have come against left-handed pitching. That tells you a lot about the fact that he goes the other way, hits the ball all over the place, and he can drive the ball against left-handed pitching. He's hitting .303 against left-handers, and he's hitting .387 against right-handed pitching with the 8 home runs and against the left-handers.
He got 8 home runs and only 99 at bats against left-handers.
Almost 100 less, right? I mean, he's amazing. I mean, he's having an amazing season. You know, Teixeira said, you know, he's hot, yes, but he's that good, which means that he could keep it up.
Averaging 1 homer every 12.4 at bats versus lefties. In the dirt from Kershaw.
Interesting to listen to his quotes about how he could be known as the player that kind of played along outstanding and great Yankee players, or he could become one of them, and his motivation is to become one of them. And you look at, there's some great second basemen. And Joe Morgan, our partner, John.
I snuck up on him.
You told me you had an ops that high.
I led the league in slugging once, John.
Well, you told me that, but you never told me about the ops.
Oh, well, I didn't know about ops then. We didn't talk ops then. We talked slugging percentage and all the other stuff. We didn't talk ops.
Now, ops would have been good for the contract time in those days.
Yeah, well.
3-2 the count. And a foul out of play by Robinson Cano. So Jeff
may have been the lowest slugging percentage ever. I wanted to bring that to your attention. It was one of those down years for the sluggers. Well, it wasn't like 700 or any of that.
If you have an OPS above 1,000, that's the on-base average added to the slugging percentage.
Well, my on-base average was always high.
Over 1,000 when you add it together for the ops, that's Hall of Fame.
Well, I walked a lot.
I think he's there, John.
I walked a lot.
Well, I think you could hit.
I read a statistical analysis that said that really, although you would think just the opposite, on-base percentage is even more important than slugging percentage. See?
I won't argue that point, but I would. I mean, that's a tough question, to be honest with you.
Or give me Johnny Bench in the line. I want to see if he agrees with that.
We'll see.
3-2 the count to Cano. This is for Kyle. Quite a battle there between Kershaw and Cano. 8 pitches, and Kershaw prevails. 1 away. Jorge Posada coming up. Round the bases with ESPN2 Monday and Wednesday nights for National League East action. 2 of Major League Baseball's brightest young stars take the field on ESPN2's Monday Night Baseball, 7 Eastern tomorrow. Steven Strasburg and the Nats up against Jason Hayward if he's able. He's been hurting a little bit lately, and the Atlanta Braves. And on Wednesday, David Wright, he's red hot. And the red hot Mets up against Hanley Ramirez and the Marlins. ESPN2's Wednesday Night Baseball, also at 7 Eastern. That latter game, by the way, it's the Marlins and the Mets, right? New York versus South Florida. but they're playing in San Juan, Puerto Rico at Hiram Bithorn Stadium.
We were there. Open the season one year.
We've done games there.
I've been down there for the World Baseball Classic, did some games.
Major League Baseball opened the season there one year. I know it was.
Alex Rodriguez played his first game for the Texas Rangers at Hiram Bithorn Stadium on Sunday Night Baseball to open that, whatever season that was.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was, but I remember going there and I had a great time.
Played the Toronto Blue Jays. I think Carlos Delgado was in the game.
Yeah. I remember the players. I just don't remember the time.
Buck Martinez was the Toronto manager in his first year at that time. Casey Blake throws out Jorge Posada. Jorge healthy again. Posada had a hairline fracture in his right foot that he suffered last month, but he's back now. Seems to be as good as new. Posada came in hitting .276, 9 homers, 27 batted in. And still, Posada is now 38 years old. That's a real advanced age for a catcher for sure. But he is still one of the best hitting catchers in the game.
One of the few people in Major League Baseball doesn't wear batting gloves. So grits it out there. This is some weather here that you can do. But you know about that Monday game, Steven Strasburg, there's a lot of things surrounding him as far as possible all-star game and different things that have happened in his career already. And if I'm the National League, I want Steven Strasburg on my team. If the body of the work continues, if he continues to perform the way he is, I'll tell you what, if I'm the National League with a chance for home field advantage, I want Strasburg in that bullpen.
Pretty good fastball there by another young talent, Clayton Kershaw, who's roughly the same age as Strasburg. Strasburg went to college. Kershaw signed right out of high school with the Dodgers, facing Curtis Granderson, the former Tiger here. And a pop-up. Shallow center, Belliard will let, Belliard's going to just go get it. Reed Johnson was very polite and said, "Honey, it's all yours, baby." No problem. 3 up and 3 down. Casey Blake, then James Loney coming up for the Dodgers against Pettit.
Are Tom and Cameron here yet?
No, but we're back in 30 seconds. 25.
Did you see that game last night? It's a good one.
Great game. Not gonna make it.
13. 12. 5. 4. 3.
I got this.
Hey, man. You're supposed to park over there.
And we're back with Cameron Diaz and Tom Cruise and SportsCenter's top 10 plays.
And we start in Houston.
For all the action, watch SportsCenter, and on the big screen, don't miss night and day.
It can happen anytime, when you least expect it. A regular moment can become romantic. And when it does, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis. With 2 clinically proven dosing options, you can choose the moment that's right for you and your partner. 36-hour Cialis and Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment's right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
36-hour Cialis or Cialis for daily use. Ask your doctor if Cialis is right for you. You can be ready for your moment with Cialis.
Does this get good gas mileage?
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal.
Sunday Night Baseball from Dodger Stadium, Chavez Ravine, Los Angeles. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser, your Sunday night telecasters. And we've got the finale for interleague play here in the year 2010. The Dodgers and the Yankees, although there is actually another game being played simultaneous to this one in Texas. The Rangers and the Astros in the Lone Star Interleague Series. Trying to keep you up to date on that ball game as well. The Rangers, who lead the American League's Western Division, although the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim are making quite a run as well, which I think has surprised a lot of people. The Mike Scioscia, the former Dodger catcher, your old battery mate, Oral, despite everything, has his ball club real hot now.
A couple teammates over there, Mickey Hatchers, the hitting coach, and Alfredo Griffin from the World Championship year here in '88 with the Dodgers.
Yeah, but when you're talking about Mike Scioscia, you're talking about the cream of the crop. He's one of the top managers in baseball. I mean, and he just does it year in and year out.
Right in under the hands of Casey Blake, and he is retired by Andy Pettitte. Let's go to Ryan Burr now at the studio for a Sports Center right now.
Hi, John. Appreciate it. Germany executed its game plan to perfection in a 4-1 second-round World Cup win over England. Argentina got a couple breaks in its second-round matchup to beat Mexico and move on to the quarterfinals. Red Sox catcher Victor Martinez, a broken left thumb, the latest injury that has hit Boston. They did beat San Francisco 5-1, but he's heading to the DL. Guys?
Are you kidding me? Wow. It started it started earlier in the season. They've had a lot of injury problems. Josh Beckett, the ace right-hander of the staff, is on the disabled list, but the whole weekend has been a nightmare for the Red Sox. They took the series from San Francisco with their win today back at John Lester, but Dustin Pedroia broke a bone in his left foot on Friday, hitting this foul ball against the left-hander Jonathan Sanchez. He left the game, and then Saturday morning went in for tests, and they found out that there was a broken bone. He's going to be lost maybe for several weeks. This was the day after he had the greatest game of his career, a 3-home-run night at Coors Field, a 5-for-5 game.
And a game-winning home run.
He broke the tie with his 3rd home run of the night in the 10th inning. The Red Sox won that game 13-11. He was excited coming back to San Francisco. He was a Giants fan as a kid. And then he breaks a bone in his foot as James Loney, having an outstanding season for the Dodgers and driving in a lot of runs without a lot of home runs. But he is promptly retired here on a ground ball to short. James Loney, 2 down, and Russell Martin will head to the plate. No score in the game. But yesterday, Clay Buchholz, the man we saw last Sunday night, pitch extremely well against these Dodgers in the final game of that series. 6 2/3 shutout innings for his 10th win of the year. He went 1 inning yesterday, was running the bases, which never happens in an American League game. And on his way to second base, he pulled up lame on a double play grounder. And this is after he'd gotten a base hit to get himself to first base. And they announced afterward that he had hyperextended his left knee.
You know, I was surprised to see that because pitchers run more than anyone. I mean, pitchers run between starts. They run just about every day, don't they?
Yeah.
In the outfield.
And when I was with the Cleveland Indians, we were going into interleague play. They would have us come out early and run the bases. Instead of doing our normal running out in the outfield, we would actually make the turns on the bases and learn to have our legs get used to that. But he didn't. He was just running. He was just running between first and second in a straight line.
He was the runner at first. It was a double play grounder. He took off for second, and halfway there, he all of a sudden couldn't run any longer. He pulled up lame and veered off out of the baseline, grabbing at his left leg. They're hoping that it's not a serious injury, but Oral, as a pitcher, hyperextended left knee. What does that say to you?
Well, that's a trouble because your landing leg, you take so much pressure going down the hill. If I'm going to have something wrong with my legs as a pitcher, I want it to be my back leg, not my front leg.
Similar to a hitter as well. You don't want that front leg to be where you hit against it. You want if you can come off your back leg, but that front knee and the front leg holds all the weight.
So Pedroia, and he's going to be lost for several weeks, it appears. Injured on Friday. Then Buchholz, and maybe he's not going to miss. We'll hope that he's not going to miss much time as Martin is down on strikes. A strong inning for Andy Pettitte. And now today, Victor Martinez, one of their top hitters as well. Wow. On to the 3rd.
It has a perpetual calendar with leap year. Well, there are over 680 moving parts, all handmade. It's damaged steel, the same kind they used in sword making.
There are excuses for spending money on luxury. And then there are reasons. Test drive any 5-star crash safety rated Acura at the Driven by Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2010 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
Evan Longoria, good game yesterday.
Hey, thanks, man. Hey, that guy's got my cap. Evan Longoria. That's my cap. That's not my cap. That's my cap.
Grab the cap the pros wear, just not Evan Longoria's. New Era, the official on-field cap of MLB.
Take care of your engine, and it'll go far. One way I can take care of my engine, One A Day Men's, a complete multivitamin for my overall health. Plus, now it supports my heart health and helps maintain healthy blood pressure. Whoa. Kind of makes your heart race, huh?
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated for men.
Joe Torre, he was at the helm when the Yankees won their World Series title in 1996, and they won it 4 times in 5 years. And he is on that list, a rather short list it is, along with Dodger manager Walter Austin of 4 World Series victories. Connie Mack of the Athletics won 5. Of course, he owned the ball club and managed the club for 50 years. Joe McCarthy of the Yankees, Casey Stengel of the Yankees, won more World Series than anybody else. 7 all told, all with the Yankees for both of them. Casey Stengel managed the club for 12 years, went to the World Series 10 times in 12 years. So there's Joe Torre. Torre managed 4,239 regular season games at 142 postseason games before he ever managed his first game against the Yankees here on Friday night.
So, John, you were talking about, him seeing all the guys and being happy.
Ooh, ouch. Brett Gardner hit by the pitch from Clayton Kershaw.
Well, I don't think he was happy. I don't think he was happy, John. He wanted to get this over with and get back to normal. The games, being back to his normal routine. This hasn't been a normal routine for him. This has been like when he was with the Yankees. All the newspaper writers, all the questions, and et cetera, et cetera. I know from talking to him today, he's happy that this is over with and that they can move on.
It was really frenetic before the game today.
Right.
Trying to talk to Joe, and then Yankee players coming over want to say hello, and Joe wanted to wish him all well. Not going to see him again unless they meet in the postseason in the World Series. Joe Torre also said before the game tonight that he will decide on his own future by September at the latest.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the state of this ball club and what's going to happen with it. Are you going to be able to add the pieces that you need to try to win a championship? What's going to happen? We don't know exactly what's going to happen. Even at the trading deadline, we'll find out, I guess, at that point, whether they can add another starting pitcher, which they so dearly need. And so we'll find out exactly then. We've read a lot of things and been told a lot, but we won't find out for sure until the time comes for them to make the moves.
And that's called a strike to Pettit, who is showing bunt. But Torre said he does not want to wait until after the season to have it decided what his future is going to be. He said, I don't want them, the Dodgers, caught without a plan.
Well, that was Frank McCourt, the owner.
But the Dodgers have not offered him a new contract. And so, John, is that a sort of a negotiating ploy? As Kershaw looked at second, but he'll go to first with Belliard covering. And over to second goes Gardner. One out at the top of the order. Derek Jeter coming up. Let's go to Ryan Burr in the studio.
Hi, John. Thanks so much. As we talked about another game going on, it is Texas and Houston, and there is nobody as hot as Josh Hamilton, his 18th home run of the season, 21-game hit streak, 47 hits now in the month of June. This guy on fire. Rangers are up 2-0.
Well, you were talking about Strasburg. That's an all-star right there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's an all-star. I'm not so sure about Strasburg yet. We got to see what he does the rest of the way, because first of all, you know, he'll be taking somebody's spot that may also deserve to be on that team. You can't just put somebody on because they're the flavor of the month or whatever. But I mean, I agree with you that he has the ability. But I'm like Bobby Cox. Eventually, he's going to make a lot of all-star teams. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, I think that you can't justify it if you're going to talk about his body of work yet.
No, you can't.
But if you're talking about the All-Star game as a fan's game, as its only reason for existing as a fan's game, it was invented for that purpose. The writer of the Chicago Tribune back in the 30s said this is the fans' dream game. All of the best players all on one field. That was the whole point of it. Well, and he's a guy that I think every fan wants to see.
Well, if you're saying that, then you're telling the players they shouldn't take the game seriously then.
Arch Ward is the guy. Well, we don't have to tell him
both ways.
We don't have to tell him that. They don't take it seriously as it is.
Well, I disagree to a certain extent. I understand your point, but by the same token, if you're telling the players that this game doesn't count, it doesn't mean anything, that it's just an exhibition, well then we get mad at them if they play it like an exhibition, then something's wrong with that pitch.
Well, I'm not saying Steven Strasburg's not going to play to win. I'm not saying that he's not good enough to go out there and do well and help the National League win.
Well, there's a combination of things going on. I think Steven Strasburg would be a great guy for the National League to bring out of the bullpen because of his strikeout rate as far as helping them win the game to get home field advantage in the World Series. And then I think another thing is to have him on the national stage for all the fans to see against the best, because pretty much we've rated his fastball as one of the best, if not the best, in the big leagues. His breaking ball is right up there, and now his changeup in combination with that fastball. It'd be interesting to see Derek Jeter facing, Alex Rodriguez facing, some of these other greats.
Well, you know, you guys are entitled to your opinion. I just feel like that you earn your way on the All-Star team. That's just the way I feel about it. All those years I worked hard to try to earn my spot on that team. I would hate for you to give my spot away to some new second baseman who came up who just who could run like the wind and do all that stuff. So that's the way I view it.
3-2 to
a lot
Jeter.
of pitchers who have worked hard.
Gardner at second, and that is strike three call. Kershaw got him looking.
You know, Jeter's been striking out a lot here. He struck out 3 times yesterday, and that's the 4th strikeout in 5 at-bats, which is very surprising, you know, for a guy like Jeter who plays contact and puts it in play. But he was talking to us about the shadows out here
hard
today.
To see.
And the shadows have crept out in front of home plate now.
I would have my hitters come back to the bench here at Dodger Stadium in these starts and say they can't see the ball, and I would ask them which pitches are hardest to see, and I would stick with those pitches until they came back and said, okay, we're seeing them again.
Jeter, who struck out 3 times yesterday with men on base, and they had similar shadow problems yesterday. Yesterday's game started 1 hour earlier than our game tonight, and Jeter said it was really difficult to see. He said it was more difficult to see when both the pitcher and the batter were both in the shadows. Still not easy when the ball comes in out of the sunshine into the shadows, as it is now. A breaking ball for Kyle. Throws out Nick Swisher. Gardner stranded at second. Clayton Kershaw will be coming up second right after Reed Johnson, and then Rafael Furcal. Andy Pettitte will be heading back to the hill.
The
most powerful half-ton crew in America has a powertrain backed for 100,000 miles. Chevy Silverado Half-Ton, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy and the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road. Now, get 0% APR for 72 months on 2010 Silverado Half-Ton models with an average finance savings around $6,000.
Compare deals from hundreds of travel sites at once. It's kind of like speed dating, but you can skip straight to the more attractive options. Kayak. Search one and done.
Exceptionally crafted for an exceptional cocktail. Absolute Vodka.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
Introducing new Dove Men Plus Care with Micro Moisture. It activates on contact, leaving your skin moisturized. It's clinically proven to fight skin dryness better than any regular men's body wash, leaving your skin feeling comfortable. Be comfortable in your own skin.
This is ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell, part of the ALNL Showdown presented by State Farm. We got the Yankees and the Dodgers. They faced off 11 times in World Series play over the years. And they were both New York teams, and again after the Dodgers became West Coast ball clubs. 11 World Series meetings. The Yankees won 8 of those World Series. The Dodgers finally won one in 1955 for the first time. As Reed Johnson, it's a foul out of play. They met 4 times in the World Series after the Dodgers became the Los Angeles Dodgers, including 1963 when Sandy Koufax not only emerged as a great star in the National League, but on the even bigger stage at Yankee Stadium, he got the best of Whitey Ford in Game 1 of that World Series and helped the Dodgers sweep that World Series from the Yankees. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Reed Johnson, starting today in place of Matt Kemp, the regular center fielder. But Kemp mired in a slump right now. Clayton Kershaw, the pitcher, is on deck, and then Rafael Furcal due up 3rd in the inning. No score in the game, and the fastball is up and away. Sandy Koufax was 25-5 that year for the Dodgers to lead them into the World Series. But in New York, they were sort of a difficult to impress group with all the Yankee success over the years. They said, hey, we have Whitey Ford. He's the greatest October pitcher in the history of the game. Whitey Ford had the record for consecutive scoreless innings in World Series history. I said, we'll see if this young guy Koufax can beat the chairman of the board at Yankee Stadium in the World Series. Then we'll see how good he is. And they met just as you would expect in a World Series. 2 great pitchers meeting in Game 1. That is right past the bag at first. Perhaps extra bases for Reed Johnson. Swisher's throw. Too late to Jeter. A double.
Excellent job of hitting by Reed Johnson. Like we talked about, you're not seeing the ball as well because of the shadows, so he doesn't try to pull it. He just reaches out and pokes it past Teixeira at first base. High fastball away. You see how he took the swing at that, not swinging too hard, just reaches out and slaps it down the right field line, and then he hustles. Does a good job by Swisher to get over there and make a good, strong throw to second. But the hustling of Reed Johnson beats the throw, and they have her lead off double there.
Now Kershaw to try and get him over to 3rd.
And you can see the shadows coming right across there. And that's the pitchers in the sunlight and the hitters in the dark. And it's been compared to a guy coming into a room. You turn the light off man is coming into a dark room. You just don't see it as well. The ball, you see it, and then all of a sudden it disappears once it gets into the shadows. And I've always felt that it was easier to hit the fastball, even though it comes faster. It's easier because you can't see the rotation on the ball when it's dark, and that's why those breaking balls to Jeter, he wasn't able to swing at them because it's hard to pick up the spin on them.
It's even extra hard for the left-hander, the left-handed pitcher. You can't see it because of the shininess of the backdrop for the hitting backdrop. On the left side out there for a right-hander, it's dark. On the left side, it's shiny. So the left-handed pitchers have an advantage as far as that backdrop.
Well, the Yankees got completely confused on that bunt attempt. A-Rod charged in. Jeter didn't go to third. Everybody else moved around. And if Reed Johnson would have been alert, all he had to do was take third base because Jeter was behind him and A-Rod had charged in. No one was covering third.
A-Rod lays back this time, and Kershaw bunts at it and misses. Strike one.
Let's take a look at the pitch before. Now watch, A-Rod will come running in. Jeter stays there. Now all he's got to do is just take off. There's no one at third base. And you see Jeter's behind him, and A-Rod's way in here. He couldn't beat him back to third.
Well, Red Johnson just not thinking.
Well, he didn't notice it. Let's put it that way.
Maybe it was too dark over there at third. He's out in the sunshine. Pettit to third. Oh, he threw it away. Johnson heading home, and that's the first run of the game.
Well, two things happened there. A-Rod could not get back to the bag, and Pettit tried to hit a moving target. You can't see A-Rod as clearly, but watch, A-Rod is having trouble getting back to the bag. He doesn't completely get set, and Pettit's throw is into the runner. There you see A-Rod trying to get back. He's calling for it at third. Pettit throws it to third, but it's a little bit offline, and it goes down the line. Good job by Brett Gardner to back up and hold Kershaw to first base.
So here is the leadoff man for Powell. That's a sacrifice bunt for Kershaw, and the error on Pettit.
All right, A-Rod is saying throw to first, John. My mistake. I guess that's what he's saying. But see, it's the catcher's call. The catcher should be the one telling Pettit what to do because he sees it right in front of him.
As a pitcher, you have a clock, a baseball clock in your head, and you realize which bunts are firm enough, and then you have enough time, and which bunts are not. And in Andy's head, he thought he had time, and the ball beat him there. He just didn't get it in the glove of A-Rod.
Foul ball by Furcal. 1 ball, 1 strike. He walked his first time. 1-0. The Dodgers are leading. A double by Johnson, and then the wild throw, trying to get that lead runner by Andy Pettit. A sacrifice for Kershaw. No time at bat charge, and he reaches on the error, and Johnson scores on that same error. There's a bunt. The bare hand pickup, not in time. The second day in a row for Carl has beaten out a bunt.
Well, we're talking about the catcher telling you where to throw the ball, which he should have done with Pettit too. And you see he's going to tell A-Rod to throw to first base. Right there, he's saying go to first, don't try to get the runner at second. And the reason I say that, the catcher can see everything developing in front, and that's why it's his call. And before, he's supposed to call to third base if he wanted Pettit to go to third when A-Rod was covering, or to first base.
Also saw after he was shouting out instructions to A-Rod that he himself was heading for third base, just in case the runner thought maybe he could go to third. Jeter also had rushed over there to cover up at third base.
And, John, we've seen this happen a lot in interleague play. First of all, in the American League, they very rarely bunt. They don't do these things. You don't have a pitcher bunting. You have a DH. And so we've seen over and over when the American League guys cannot execute sacrifice situations. We see it all the time because they're just not accustomed to making those plays.
Now, Belliard was showing bunt as Pettit threw the ball to first base. Everybody wants to bunt.
Well, I think Pettit wanted to find out if he was bunting. That's why he threw to first.
Well, they know the answer, and he's still showing bunt, and he takes ball one.
But remember this Detroit Tigers against the St. Louis Cardinals in the World Series. The Cardinals kept bunting, and they kept throwing the ball away. So the American League teams are just not adept at playing those bunt situations.
Yeah, the 06 World Series, and the Tigers, almost half the pitching staff kept throwing bunts away.
Yeah, well, they're not accustomed to doing it during the season.
Pettit with nobody at third. He looks there. Now throws to first off the glove of Cano. Kershaw scores for Kyle around to third. And Belliard, the butter, ends up at second. 2-0 Dodgers.
Oh, what do they call that in spring training? PFP? Pitcher's fielding practice.
Yeah, and the communication between Alex Rodriguez and Andy Pettit, they're not on the same page because the third baseman can read his pitcher if he can field the ball, and especially a left-handed pitcher with first and second. When that bunt comes off that firm, Andy Pettit, again, his baseball clock says, I've got enough time to get the guy at third, and this one's a force play. So Alex has to know his pitcher, how quick he comes off the mound, how much he can field, and how adept he is at getting the ball to third. Andy in his head says, I can do this. I can get this done. He wants to throw the ball to third. Then when he throws the ball to first, a little bit of the surprise from third, plus not getting himself squared up. He hooks that throw into the runner and makes it very hard for Robinson Cano.
So Reed Johnson led off the inning, hitting a ball right past first base, and he hustled it into a double. And then everybody has bunted ever since. 3 straight bunts, and the Yankees have not gotten an out yet. Here is Andre Ethier, who singled to right his first time. The big curveball in there for a called strike. Wow. On Friday night in San Francisco, another American League power, the Red Sox, with Tim Wakefield on the mound. The Giants pitcher bunted with the bases loaded, and 2 runs ended up scoring on that bunt. Granderson in medium deep center. Both runners tagged. The throw's going to go to third, and he is safe at third. Scoring is for Kyle.
And a great slide. Belliard slid into third base, but it looked like he was going to overslide the bag, but he stayed on.
Sacrifice fly for Ethier. 3-0 Dodgers. Ethier not only got the run home, he got the trailing runner to third. They could score another run now without getting a hit.
That was a great throw by Curtis Granderson. Ethier puts the good part of the bat on it, drives it the opposite way, which is good left on left. But Granderson gets behind this and makes a very strong throw to third. I'm not sure Alex Rodriguez is in the right place, Joe, when he's up the line like that. If he's a little deeper and gets his nose in there for possible contact, it's bang, bang at third, and I think he's out. Because he went out towards the outfield and reached back with the ball, he missed the tag.
Well, the ball definitely travels faster than you can swipe it.
Here's Manny Ramirez with the infield in. Takes ball 1. A runner at third. 3 runs in for the Dodgers. And this is, you don't see the Yankees play like this very often. By the way,
well, you don't see guys bunting on them very often either.
On the bunt by Belliard and the throw by Pettit that got away from Cano, an error charge to Cano.
Yeah, but that's wrong. Like Earl said, the throw was into the runner. That's why he had to reach in there, and he's not going to stick his arm out there and get it broken.
No, that throw should be on the pitcher.
Yeah.
The error's got to be on the pitcher.
It should be.
So error pitcher because
throw.
He made it almost impossible for Cano to get
if
the
he
throw.
reaches his arm, and how many times we see a first baseman even reach their arm into the base runner's
That wasn't
path
routine. That wasn't routine, Ken.
No.
Now Joe Girardi orders the intentional walk of Manny Ramirez. The count having already gone to 2-0. And there's ball 3. Another right-handed hitter. And a pretty good one. Casey Blake on deck. But this will set up the double play.
And they do realize, again, that I don't think Andy has any pitch that he can overpower Manny with. He can't overpower him with his fastball. He can't fool him enough with his curve. And his cutter's not going to fool Manny. Manny has had so many at-bats against Pettit that he knows exactly what he's doing at all times.
Casey Blake, only 1 hit in 8 career at-bats against Andy Pettit. He struck out in his first at-bat tonight in the second inning, did Blake. So with Belliard at third and Manny Ramirez at first, the middle infield is looking for that double play grounder, and Pettit is very good. He's gotten 1 double play grounder already today, and he's gotten more double play grounders in his starts than any other pitcher in the American League. Strike on the outside of the knees.
And the interesting thing about Andy Pettit this year, the reason he's got off to such a great hot start is he's been so tough when there's been runners on, but he really hasn't faced people that have been bunting.
Right.
You know, 42nd in the American League when there's bases empty, but look, with runners on base, he's second. The league hits 188 against him. This has really been not his failure, but a failure of the defense to execute the routine outs. Maybe a scratch run here and there because the table gets set and they move runners around. But as far as the circus music starting for the Yankees and as far as the way they've been executing, this is totally embarrassing to the organization.
You know, John, the one thing I always said about Joe Torre, when he went to the American League, he took the National League style to the American League. Remember how he used to bunt, hit and run, and do all those things in the American League? Teams were not accustomed to that type of play, and they're still not, even more so now because of the...
The big breaking ball swung on and foul tip into Posada's glove. And that's the second straight time that Blake has struck out against Pettit.
First baseman, number 7.
4th strikeout for Pettit. And here comes James Loney. This has been Loney's spot. Yesterday he drove in 4 runs for the season. He has driven in 51 runs, even though he only has 5 home runs. He's hitting .357 for the year. With runners in scoring position, he's got one out there now, Belliard at third. He's driven in 37 of his 51 RBIs without benefit of a home run. Most in the majors. That's the quickest way to drive in runs. Hit the long ball.
Yeah.
And there's not that many guys who hit this few home runs who have a shot at 100 RBIs in a season.
Remember Wes Parker did it for the Dodgers. I remember he had 10 home runs and drove in 100 runs.
I remember Tommy Hurd did it for the Cardinals when he had Vince Coleman and Ozzie McGee
in front of
Ozzie Smith in front of him. And Willie McGee also.
The curveball for a strike.
And then he had Jack Clark hitting behind him.
Pretty good situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy Hurd only, what did he have, 8 home runs the year that he drove in over 100. Well, right now, still not at the halfway point of the season. Loney is on pace for over 100 RBIs. And that is low. Pettit being oh so careful for this left-handed hitter, James Loney. Loney is hitting .268 against left-handed pitching, over .300 against right-handers. Pettit has been murder on left-handed hitters this year. Lefties are hitting .158 against him. That is low. 3-1. A right-handed hitter, Russell Martin, on deck. Loney is the 8th batter of the inning, by the way, against Andy Pettit. So this has been a high-stress inning, big time for Pettit.
Well, Oral made the great observation in the beginning of the game. This is a different Andy Pettit. He can't overpower you like he used to. In a lot of these situations, he would throw that hard cutter in on the guy or a fastball and punch guys out. Now he's trying to make great pitches, which he's been able to do most of the season.
Runners at first and third, 2 down. And that is a strike. Pitcher's strike, knee high on the outside, full count.
Well, you think about the inning, though. You have an excuse me possible double with Reed Johnson. You have an attempted bunt by Kershaw. They botch. Furcal makes a great bunt. Ronnie Baylard attempts and they throw that ball away. Ethier hits a sac fly. Manny Ramirez intentionally walked, and he strikes out Casey Blake. He's really done his job on the mound, other than fielding his position maybe a little cleaner. It's just they're not getting the conventional outs.
3-2 the count. Ramirez runs from first, and that is ball 4. The inning goes on. 29 pitches for Pettit in this one inning, and the inning is still going. That's his 3rd walk overall, including the intentional pass to Manny in this inning. In his average inning this year, less than 15 pitches. And his next one will be his 30th pitch here in the 3rd. 3 runs in for the Dodgers, and Russell Martin, who has had a terrible time trying to drive in runs, only 17 RBIs for the Dodger catcher, and that curves in there for a strike. Martin hitting only .229 for the year with runners in scoring position. He struck out in the 2nd inning of this game. For the Dodgers, Belliard at 3rd, Ramirez at 2nd, Loney at 1st, and strike 2 call. Both the pitcher and the batter, as you can see, in the late afternoon shadows, and the sun is still reflecting off that black tarp in center field, as you mentioned earlier, Orel. That makes it difficult,
especially for the left-handed pitcher to have an advantage with that shiny side over there.
A-Rod, tough hop, plays it cleanly and throws him out. The Dodgers bat around. Not that anybody hit the ball particularly hard. Only 2 balls made it to the outfield, but they scored 3 runs. There were 2 throwing errors. The Dodgers had their ground game going big time. They lead 3-0.
Evan Longoria, good game yesterday.
Hey, thanks, man. Hey, that guy's got my cap. Evan Longoria. That's my cap. That's not my cap. That's my cap.
Grab the cap the pros wear, just not Evan Longoria's. New Era, the official on-field cap of MLB.
The new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV. Immerse yourself in incredible depth and clarity thanks to fast-switching phosphors and Infinite Black Panel Pro.
Panasonic Plasma is the difference.
With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV? Get these 2 Blu-ray 3D discs as a bonus when you buy any Panasonic 3D HD TV.
The ESPYs are live this year, so we have to be ready for everything. You got it?
Got it.
Show me Kobe Bryant, Mark Ingram, Landon Donovan, Drew Brees.
I can't find Drew
Look
Brees.
harder, Brees is tricky.
Got him.
Bobby Brown, other Bobby Brown. Good job, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Drew Brees is on the move.
The ESPYs. Vote now on ESPN.com and the ESPN page on Facebook. Presented by Capital One and Castrol Edge.
The Dawson foul. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the closing's in Boston.
Okay.
So get your game face on.
Guys never change. Neither do we. Jim Beam, the bourbon since 1795.
Coppertone Sport outshines. It protects you from the most damaging rays across 100% of the UVA UVB spectrum, and the protection stays on better because it's ultra sweat-proof. Coppertone Sport outshines, so you can enjoy the sun.
Well, you know what? All right, wait a minute. Maybe we can put something underneath.
Sunday night baseball from Dodger Stadium, and the Dodgers with a wild inning in the 3rd. Not one where they started crushing the ball against Andy Pettit, quite the opposite. One where they started bunting the ball, and 3 straight batters laid down bunts, and it worked out beautifully for all 3 of them. 1 for a hit and 2 that provoked throwing errors, and they ended up getting 3 runs out of it. Now the Yankees having to play catch up, but they are well equipped to play catch up. They'd be better equipped to do that than any other team in the majors. But keep in mind, you've got the dark shadows of the late afternoon at Dodger Stadium to contend with. One of the best pitchers, one of the best young pitchers in the game, Clayton Kershaw, who throws hard with a great breaking ball, and they don't have the designated hitter.
And John, you're right. Last year the Yankees led the American League in home runs with 244, but they're only third now. They only have 82 so far this season. We're almost halfway, so they're going to be, at this pace, they won't hit as many this year as they did last year. And you're right, the DH is out. But that's the reason that the Yankees messed up that inning, because there was no DH. DHs do not bunt in the American League. When you have a pitcher in the lineup, his job is to sacrifice, and that's the American National League game.
Mark Teixeira called out on strikes. Teixeira is 0 for 2. He popped his second his first time.
Well, Clayton Kershaw is doing a nice job on this fastball, especially getting this ball down on the outer half of the plate. Mark Teixeira just locks up on it. He thinks it's going to be a ball, but it's borderline low, borderline outside, but it is right on the corner. A great pitch.
Chris Guccione, the plate umpire, giving the low strike there, and Teixeira thought it was too low. Here is Alex Rodriguez, the cleanup man. Slider in the dirt for ball one. A-Rod grounded into a force play his first time. 3-0. The Dodgers lead the Yankees here in the fourth.
Well, John, one of the things I've noticed with A-Rod, so far this year, he took some time off. Maybe his hip was bothering a little bit, but in his swing, even though he's getting hot now, I don't see the same aggressive swing that I've seen in the past. And I think part of it is probably the hip. He's changed his swing a little bit. He hit a home run here on Friday night, and it was more like a guy a golfer hitting a knockdown shot rather than a complete swing, full swing.
Blake from deep third, the long throw. A-Rod retired, 2 down.
John, let's take a look at A-Rod and to show you. This is A-Rod in 2008. Watch the belly button. There you go. See where his hip, his belly button, his belt button already down. Now look at this. Now this swing, that's a home run, but watch, he doesn't get all the way through. He doesn't pivot all the way around. And that's what I'm talking about. And the balance is a little different. And again, I think part of it is, he's trying to compensate for the hip that is not as good as it was, 2-3 years ago.
Well, he had the hip surgery before last season that caused him to miss basically the first month of the season. He missed the first 28 games of the season.
But that just shows you how good he is. He can still hit home runs, and he doesn't have the A-Rod-like swing, that we've gotten accustomed to. I mean, last year he missed the first 28 ball games of the season, but at this point, the team had 74 games. He had 11 home runs, but he had missed 28 of those. So his home run production is down this year. But remember, home run hitters hit home runs in bunches. And A-Rod will get hot. And 10 home runs is not real power short. It just means that he's not hitting a lot of home runs like he normally does.
He can hit 10 to 15 home runs in a month.
Exactly. So, I mean, he's the only guy in the history of the game to have 30 home runs, at least 30 home runs, 100 RBIs 13 times. No one else has ever done that. 13 times he's done that. So I wouldn't bet against him doing it again, not doing it this year.
0-2 to Cano. Very high from Kershaw. This would be an impressive inning for young Kershaw after being given the lead for the first time tonight to shut down the Yankees, especially these three, Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano, three of the best hitters in the American League in succession. Not only to get the lead, but then just shut down the heart of the Yankees lineup. 2-2. He's gotten both Teixeira and A-Rod, and he's got a 2-2 count to Robinson Cano, who grounded out to short his first time. Most of the infield now covered in shadows. And a full count. Fastball missing.
And this is better for the hitter, John, when it's that far out. The pitcher's in the shadows as well. I mean, it's still not easy to see because of the sun on the backdrop, but it is still better than it was.
Well, the 0-2 count has become a 3-2 count to Cano. And along the left field line, Manny Ramirez runs out of room. Brett Gardner, playing left field for the Yankees, told me yesterday when the shadows were like this, it was very difficult in left field because the stands in your field of vision are lit up in the sunshine still, but you're in the dark. And he says it's not that easy to see. And maybe it's a little easier now than it was a little bit earlier.
That's where you're looking into that if you're in the left field, looking into that bright sunshine.
And he said that brightness, it just makes it feel like you're playing in the dark out there in left field. The lights are on at Dodger Stadium because of the long shadows of the late afternoon. 3-2. Cano battling Kershaw. And Manny in the corner, now in a little bit, and that retires Cano. We're going to chat with manager Joe Girardi in 60 seconds from the Yankee dugout. The Yankees are trailing the Dodgers 3-0.
This place is great. How many cute guys here. Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a bacon club chalupa. Guys love bacon.
Like, that's really gonna work. Come on.
Hi. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
What is that you're wearing? It's intoxicating.
Taco Bell's Bacon Club Chalupa is back. Bacon lovers rejoice.
Smells good.
It's time to draw a line in the pavement. Fight for what you believe and let the world know you'll never give up joy in the name of practicality. The fun-injected, fuel-efficient Mazda 6.
Right now, get a 2010 Mazda 6 with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Zoom Zoom. Today, tomorrow, forever.
Back at Dodger Stadium, Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing as we go to the last of the fourth. Now we have some FaceTime with manager Joe Girardi, brought to you by Edward Jones.
Joe, Orel Hershiser. The question I've got is just what's the protocol between the pitcher and the third baseman on those bunt plays as they broke down?
Well, the breakdown was Andy made some bad throws, and you know, if you have a chance to get the guy at third, you take the chance, and Kershaw butted it back to Andy, and he thought he had a shot at third and made a bad throw. And then the other one, you know, he's got an out at first, and he made another bad throw. I mean, he's been hitting his spots so well, and those are the two spots that he missed.
What have you seen as the biggest difference with Andy, how great he's pitched this year? Today, it looks like he's still on his game.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been so consistent with all of his pitches, and he's felt good. He's been extremely healthy. We had to skip him one start. I think that might have energized him a little bit, but, I mean, he's just been, his location has been great all year.
Joe, I noticed Huffman has gone into left field for Brett Gardner, who got hit by a pitch a little bit earlier. What's the story?
Yeah, Gardy got hit on the wrist, and he's got some swelling in it. It looks like it's mostly muscular, and they'll check it out upstairs.
Many thanks.
Thanks, guy.
Manager Joe Girardi of the New York Yankees from the dugout. We appreciate his time, and we'll let him get back to work now as Reed Johnson leads off in the fourth for the Dodgers, and he's going to bunt. Looked like he was bunting for an extra base hit, and it went foul.
We talked to Joe about the throws, and Andy Pettitte had a little rough time on the bunt plays. He's been throwing the ball, hitting his spots. But when he's had these bunt plays, when Kershaw had the bunt, you see A-Rod pointing with the one finger saying first base, so he stops his trot back to the first, and Andy pulls it because he probably doesn't pick up the right target. And there, he thought in his baseball clock he could get there, but he kind of sidearm whiplashes it over there and hooks it, and makes it tough for Robbie Cano to catch.
That is a fair ball. And Johnson heading for second. Huffman, the new left fielder, gets it in, a double. Reed Johnson led off the third inning with a double past first base and leads off the fourth inning with a double past third base. So Reed Johnson getting things going again against Andy Pettitte with Kershaw coming up. And this is when the bunts began in the third inning. In the third, 3 runs scoring, 2 earned. They had 2 hits, including Johnson's double, and then a subsequent bunt for a single by Furcal. An error was charged to Cano, but as you heard manager Joe Girardi say, and my esteemed colleagues also mentioned earlier, Orel and Joe, the error should have been on Pettitte on that play as well.
They need to change it because Cano only has 1 error this season.
Nobody at third. Pettit to first with Cano covering for the out. But in both of those bunt attempts, Pettit had turned to third base, eventually making a throw as we saw. But on the other one, he also wanted to make a throw, but A-Rod was standing right next to him, so he threw to first a little bit later than he ordinarily would have. Here, thinking first base all the way, and he gets his man. No misadventures. It's 2 sacrifice bunts for Kershaw. Runner at third, and the leadoff man for Kyle is up. The Yankees bring the infield in. For Kyle has walked and had a bunt single and scored a run. Reed Johnson over at third. Well, we've had so many bunts and it's working so well. How about a suicide squeeze? Swings away and right under the runner, Reed Johnson, and foul.
Well, the one thing the Yankees do, and I noted this when they had the Boston game, A-Rod plays off the line. They do not play near the line. That's just the way they set up. It doesn't matter whether it's early in the game, late in the game. He does not stay near the line. And it gives him a lot of room down the third baseline. Is the ball that Reed Johnson hit, there was no chance for A-Rod. There was no chance for that ball hit down the line.
And the curveball bounced foul. 0-2.
And I've always felt that that was probably the right way to play. There are more balls hit to your left as a third baseman than there is hit to your right that are fair. But, you know, late in the ball game, they always guard the line for that reason. You don't want an extra base hit. But I think normal positioning, I would agree that you play off the line.
2 strikes to count. 2 for Kyle. Fastball up out of the zone.
That shot of Reed Johnson, the way he's taking his lead at third base too, it tells you sometimes if the runner is going to go on contact or not. When they take a little bit of a wide lead out on the grass, they're going to make the ball go through. But he's taking the very direct line to home plate. He kind of stays on the dirt when he comes forward. And I'll tell you what, you can tell the Dodgers want to come on contact.
Over in right center, Swisher. Here comes Reed. The throw, too late.
And the Dodgers are playing that National League style ball where get them on, move them over, get them in. You know, the Yankees are, and the American League teams kind of play for the big fly, but National League teams are a little more smart ball, to use Ozzie Guillen's quote.
Well, he's a right fielder. And he's played well in right field, but Nick Swisher does not have a right fielder's arm. Here is Ronnie Belliard. A double by Johnson. He was bunted to third by Kershaw, and then the sacrifice fly by Furcal. The situational at-bats for the Dodgers have been outstanding. They have scored 4 runs, and none of the 4 runs has scored on a hit.
That's NL baseball, National League style. But you know, it's funny. I'm thinking Reed Johnson. He's taken Matt Kemp's place, you know, in the ball game today, and he's done a great job. Exactly.
Yeah, Joe Torre giving Matt Kemp a day off. We're not sure if it's a mental day off or not a punishment day, but there have been some mental mistakes from Matt on the base pass and some weak at bats that maybe Joe wants to kind of wake him up a little bit. They head to San Francisco for a big series after this.
Giants and the Dodgers will renew hostilities tomorrow night at AT&T Park. That ball is a foul off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dodgers have scored 2 runs on throwing errors by Pettit and 2 runs on sacrifice flies. 1 by Ethier and the 1 here by Furcal. 1-2 to Belliard. That ball is hit well. Left center field. Still going. That ball is gone. A home run. Adios, pelota for Ronnie Belliard. Lest you think they can't play that other style of ball, Ronnie Belliard launches one, and it's 5-0 Dodgers. Belliard's 2nd home run of the year in his 89th official at bat. And here is Andre Ethier. Ethier has singled and hit a sacrifice fly. Ronnie Belliard, whose idol is Manny Ramirez. And he walks around like Manny Ramirez. He runs a lot like Ramirez. He looks like a mini version of Manny when he's out on the field. And I remember asking him about that. I said, you know, it seemed like a coincidence. Who's your favorite player? He says, are you kidding? Manny Ramirez.
When they come out for stretching or play catch, he's always right around him like a shadow. He hasn't picked up Manny's hair.
I think you have to hit like Manny, not just walk like Manny and run around like Manny to affect that particular part of Manny's look. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Andre Ethier. But last year, Belliard came to the club. Their second baseman was Orlando Hudson, one of the best defensive second basemen in the game, who had a great start. He cooled off in the second half of the year with the bat. And Belliard started getting more and more time, and he was the guy who started in the postseason for them. He hit real well for the Dodgers last year. Ethier grounds out. The inning is over. But 2 more runs for the Dodgers. And a 5-0 lead for Clayton Kershaw. Belliard launching one for run number 5. In 60 seconds, we'll visit with Joe Torre from the Dodger dugout.
The 2010 FIFA World Cup continues tomorrow on ESPN.
Keep feeling fascination, passion burning, love is so strong.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
Making his first start of this season.
Oh, well, I'm going out west where I belong.
The 2010 All-Star Game, live Tuesday, July 13th.
From Dodger Stadium on a beautiful night here in Southern California, and the Dodgers in the rubber match of the series with a 5-0 lead over the Yankees as we head to the 5th inning. Let's get some FaceTime now. Yankee former manager and Dodger manager Joe Torre, brought to you by Edward Jones.
Joe, it had to be great for you to see all your former players, but will you be glad when this weekend's over?
Yeah, Joe, you're right. It was great seeing these guys. I was looking forward to it for that reason. I never thought I'd be saying this, but going to San Francisco, I'm looking to take a rest. And that, you know, when you're in this division, that's hard to say.
Kershaw has pitched great. He gave up a base hit to Jeter. He hasn't given up one since, and he got knocked around his last start.
Yeah, Joey, he's gotten so much better in the early innings. Early in the year, he was getting his pitch count up in the first couple of innings. I think it was just his energy. Right now, he's all business. He's certainly not afraid to be a #1, even though I'm reluctant to say he is.
These 3 games, have you been able to keep them as just 3 of 162 with your players, or has it been a big deal?
You know, I have not mentioned it to them at all. You know, they seem to play well at home, and I was hoping really that would be the inspiration.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Okay, guys.
Right. That's manager Joe Torre of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Many thanks to Joe. And here is Jorge Posada. Joe Torre been giving a lot of bunt signs tonight.
Well, they worked. But I wonder what the home run sign is that Belliard took.
Hit it deep. Here's the curveball to Jorge Posada. Strike 2. Posada grounded out to third his first time. The Yankees against young Clayton Kershaw have only 1 hit so far. And that was a pretty good looking curveball by young Kershaw. Another curve, and that one snaps into the dirt. 1-2.
It's a what you would call a 12-6 curveball. You think about the hands on the clock, so it's straight over the top, and he's getting his hand out in front of that, spinning the ball straight down. And when you have an exceptional high fastball and command the low fastball, that can be a tough window for the hitter to pick that curveball rotation up out of.
And another off-speed pitch for the strikeout. He is on a roll right now. One away. Let's go to the studio. Ryan Burr with the Sports Center right now.
Thanks so much, John. The White Sox longest win streak in 49 years ends at 11 games. 8-6. Cubs beat the White Sox. Tyler Colvin, Alfonso Soriano with home runs. The Diamondbacks beat the Rays 2-1, but it's Tampa stars Evan Longoria and B.J. Upton going nose-to-nose in the dugout. Longoria voicing his displeasure with Upton's hustle or lack thereof. Sports Center follows our game.
Calling off Blake and catching that ball in foul ground. The shortstop, Rafael Furcal. He retires Curtis Granderson, who is now 0 for 2. 2 down, and Phil Huffman will come up. He is in the spot where Brett Gardner had been. And Chad Huffman. What happened to Phil?
John, it must be something in the water. These interleague games are bringing out hostilities in the players. You saw Zambrano and now Longoria and Upton.
So Huffman up for the first time in the ball game. And the Yankee bullpen has action. Been a rough night for Andy Pettitte. 4 innings. He's allowed 5 runs, 4 earned, and threw a lot of pitches. Here's Chad Godin. Threw a lot of pitches in the 3rd and 4th innings. The pitcher, Pettitte, is due up next. So maybe Joe Girardi is thinking about a pinch hitter if Huffman gets aboard against Kershaw. Fastball back to the screen. 2-1. The first batter of the game for the Yankees was Derek Jeter, and he hit a single into center field. And no Yankee has had a hit since then as we play the 5th inning. Only one of the Yankee reached base, and that was the hard way. Brett Gardner hit by a pitch on the wrist. That wrist has swollen up, according to manager Joe Girardi. And he's out of the game. That's why Huffman is in there. 2-2 the count now to Huffman.
Well, the Yankees will have half the game to see Kershaw in complete shadows, and maybe they'll start picking up the rotation on his curveball and seeing his fastball a little bit better. But so far, since Jeter's hit, which was a high fastball, they have not gotten a good look at him since then.
Well, it's not going to be even perfect lighting at that point because it'll be dusk and the lights do not take hold as well even then. So they're not going to have a perfect background this entire ball game unless we go into 4 or 5 hours.
The hitters that I talked to, Jeter and some of the Dodger hitters as well, their experiences here yesterday with similar shadows, and although you're definitely right about the lights not taking it full effect and all of that, they said that once that glare disappeared off the hitter's backdrop in center field, they really didn't have many problems after that. That glare into their eyes while they're in the shadows was a big problem. 3-2 the count to Phil Huffman. Not only have the Yankees not had a hit since Jeter led off the game with a single, they've only hit 1 ball out of the infield against Kershaw. That was a fly ball to left by Cano to end the 4th inning. Teixeira 0 for 2 as he looks on. That's a base hit to left field. The 2010 FIFA World Cup continues on ESPN tomorrow with a couple of games in the round of 16. First at 9:30 Eastern in the morning, the Netherlands versus Slovakia. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time, Brazil against Chile. The 2010 FIFA World Cup on ESPN tomorrow. The World Cup is also available on TV, online, and on your phone. Go to ESPNSoccerNet.com for more information. Well, Andy Pettitte up there to bat for himself, even though Godin was up in the bullpen throwing. 0-1 to Pettit, who laid down a bunt his first time to move a runner up. Pettit, of course, played the National League for a while. He left the Yankees and played for the Houston Astros. So he was in that National League mode for a while. He had to learn how to get a bunt down, handle the bat a little bit. And he had some excellent years with the Astros, too. Helped them get to a World Series for the only time in Astros history back in 2005. That was a pretty good rotation the Astros had then, with Roger Clemens, Andy Pettit, Roy Oswalt at the top.
That was solid. That was the big playoff by Carlos Beltran when he got the big contract then with the Mets after that. Did that happen then? I remember him being very hot during that time.
That is strike 3 call. 4 strikeouts, no walks for Kershaw, and 5 shutout innings. Manny coming up for the Dodgers. 5-0 LA.
My friend Maurice has led an active social life. A very active social life. Maurice?
Yeah?
You like Peter Cetera?
No, but they do. Yeah, the ladies love Cetera. And if you love the ladies, by default, you love Cetera.
So, I love Peter Cetera?
You got it.
Look, the guy at the gas station ain't waving to you because he's your friend. Guess what? He's got his hand in your wallet. He makes money on gas. You lose money on gas, okay? So here's something to wipe that smile off his face. Introducing the all-new 2011 Super Duty. Now with 2 all-new Ford-built engines. Gas or diesel, they've got the most horsepower, the most torque, and they've also got the best fuel economy. Hey, who's your friend now? The all-new Super Duty.
Coppertone Sport outshines. It protects you from the most damaging rays across 100% of the UVA-UVB spectrum, and the protection stays on better because it's ultra sweat-proof. Coppertone Sport outshines, so you can enjoy the sun.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power, the original Gatorade. The after, the gratitude, the protein to recover. Introducing the G Series from Gatorade, Prime, Perform, Recover.
Garmin Phone, connecting to the worlds around you. It's the first Android-powered smartphone and Garmin GPS in one. Navigate your world. Garmin Phone. Exclusively at T-Mobile. Visit GarminPhone.com today.
Sunday Night Baseball from Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers 5, the Yankees nothing. Manny Ramirez the hitter. And that one cuts in there for a called strike. Manny has grounded into a double play and has been walked intentionally. He'll be followed by Casey Blake and James Loney. Andy Pettit now thrown 81 pitches in this game. And a couple of real difficult innings. The 3-run third inning in which he threw 32 pitches. And then they got 2 more runs against him in the 4th. The Dodgers bunted 4 times in those 2 innings. Integral plays to most of their offense. 0-2 to Manny.
And Manny has been hot. I mean, you see his batting average there has been hitting over 400 for the last dozen games or so. He's not hitting for a lot of power, but he's hitting a lot of line drives to center field and right field.
Just off the outside that time. Manny has had great success against Andy Pettit, more than any other hitter that has ever faced Pettit. Manny came into this game with a .416 lifetime average against Pettit. Now 32 for 78 and a .410 average. 0 for 1 in this game. Garrett Anderson is another current Dodger who's had great success against Pettit, but Garrett is not in the lineup. Here's Garrett Anderson, longtime Angel, now playing here in L.A. And caught right at the edge of the shadows by Nick Swisher.
And that's the way Manny has been hitting a lot lately, but he's been getting line drives in front of the outfielders, but he is not pulling the ball. Thus, he's not hitting as many home runs as he did in the past.
He homered last Saturday, a week ago yesterday, in his return to Fenway Park.
That was a knuckleball changeup that he could turn on, so he's a little different, but you're right.
That's right, hit it against Tim Wakefield.
Yeah.
But the home run has not often been there for Manny, that's for sure.
But that was, 60 miles an hour, he's going to go ahead and pull it. But right now, I see him staying in the middle of the field and to right field.
Well, Matt, he is 38 years old.
Well, and I was going to point that out, that he's no longer the guy that can whip that bat through the zone, so he's trying to stay on the ball a little bit longer.
Casey Blake has struck out twice. Manny Ramirez, the idol of the man sitting right alongside him there, Ronnie Belliard.
They look like brothers.
That's a base hit to left field for Casey Blake. Hit number 6 for the Dodgers. Third inning, Reed Johnson led off with a double, and then the bunch started.
Yeah, Andy Pettit has been so outstanding. Is a little bit of his own undoing here. You see Alex Rodriguez giving the 1-1 sign, but Andy in his own baseball clock thinks he can go to third. Alex is not ready. And then right here, Andy wants to go to third again with the first and second, a force play there, but Alex comes up and says, go to first, and he hooks the throw there, doesn't pick up Cano, and makes a tough throw up the line, and still believed that throwing error should have been on Andy and not on Robinson Cano.
Official score said E4. But everybody in disagreement with him on that one up here. And in the Yankee dugout, Joe Girardi. I don't think Girardi even knows who the error was charged to, but he just said, hey, he made 2 bad throws in that inning. So Loney retired. James Loney, who now is 0 for 2 with a walk. The only time he came up there with a runner in scoring position. Loney, the RBI leader for the Dodgers. He walked back in the 3rd inning. So 2 down. Here is Russell Martin, who has struck out and grounded out to third. And that's a swinging strike by Martin. Apparently, we've been told the official score is revisiting that call and thinking about it.
Not a lot to think about, John, but okay. I'll give him that.
On 1 the count to Russell Martin. And back to the bag is Casey Blake.
We'll just take the official score. We'll place him at second base. We'll have him run him over to first base. We'll have a 220-pound guy coming down at him at first. We'll have the throw go inside the line, and we'll tell him to keep his feet on the bag, dive, get the ball, and catch it. And just see what he thinks, if it's an error on him or an error on the throw.
Well, we can see what he's thinking if he's still living. There, who was it? Cliff Floyd, I think.
Yeah, a lot of guys. I've seen a lot of guys.
Very young player was at first base for the Montreal Expos and reached out for a throw and got it into the way of the on-rushing runner. And it's a terrible collision and a horrible injury for Cliff Floyd to put him out for a long, long time. 1-1 the count to Russell Martin. It's a foul along the right field line. Swisher giving chase, but it's in amongst the spectators along. All right. And it's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
John, I want to wish a quick happy birthday to Andrea Beatty and Danielle Johnson, the people at ESPN and Travel that make sure we get to where we're going.
It's her birthday?
Yeah. Happy birthday.
The Andrea?
The Andrea, who takes care of everything.
Ordinarily, we would not wish a happy birthday to somebody like that, but And they're taking care of the travel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday.
If there's anything you want Joe to pick up for you while we're out here in Southern California, let him know. 1-2 to Martin. And back to the bag again is Blake. Blake is not really a base stealer, but Pettit. Maybe Pettit just wants to get a little work in on that pickoff move.
Maybe just looking for an out.
That's right. It doesn't have to be a base stealer to get picked off, or even be thinking about stealing a base to get picked off by Andy Pettit. Now the slide step and the strikeout. Martin is 0 for 3. We're headed to the 6th inning, the top of the order for the Yankees, and they need some base runners. Jeter, Swisher, Teixeira, A-Rod due fourth.
There's a crossover coaxial. I don't know what it does. It's a tube amp. Do you realize how rare these things are? There's real gas in these tubes.
There are excuses for spending money on luxury. And then there are reasons. Test drive any 5-star crash safety rated Acura at the Driven by Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2010 Acura TSX for well-qualified customers.
The new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV. Immerse yourself in incredible depth and clarity thanks to fast-switching phosphors and Infinite Black Panel Pro.
Panasonic Plasma is the difference.
With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV? Get these 2 Blu-ray 3D discs as a bonus when you buy any Panasonic 3D HD TV.
It's the 5-minute challenge. Trigger spray versus Roundup Pump and Go sprayer. With up to 5 minutes of continuous spray, Pump and Go kills weeds, not your hands. Roundup Pump and Go. Hard on weeds, easy on you.
Compare deals from hundreds of travel sites at once. It's kind of like speed dating, but you can skip straight to the more attractive options. Kayak. Search one and done.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Scott's, official lawn care company of Major League Baseball.
And the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and Vin Scully has a star, the great voice of the Dodgers, 61st season as the voice of the Dodgers. And the Dodgers themselves have a star. And we have a few stars out at Dodger Stadium, including Tom Cruise, Demi Moore, and Ashton Kutcher. There is Academy Award winner Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Actually, my buddy Thomas Tull is here, too. The one that did the movie Clash of the Titans, the new movie coming out, Inception. He's here. He was hanging on the field today.
He's a star?
No, he owns the studio.
Oh,
he's a big star.
Oh, that.
He owns the stars.
Yeah, he's a big star.
0-1 to Derek Jeter, top of the order with the Yankees. And the field, except for the right field corner, is completely covered in the shadows, but there is still some of that glare on the right side of that hitter's backdrop in straightaway center. There's the only sunshine remaining on the field itself now. And there's a slider from Clayton Kershaw for a ball. By the way, the official scorer has revisited that call on which he charged Cano with an error in the 3rd inning, and has changed that call to an error against Pettit. And that slider is too high to Jeter. 2-1 the count. Jeter is the only Yankee to have had a hit. He led off the game with a single to center field. So justice has been done, I think.
He keeps scoring Penn and did not have to change a thing.
You had E1 all the way. Derek Jeter, who celebrated his 36th birthday here yesterday, and he had a hit, he had a walk, he stole a base, scored a couple of runs, but he also struck out 3 times with runners on base. He got another base hit here. He's the only Yankee to have a hit against Clayton Kershaw. his second single of the game. Derek Jeter. And the most wins played in before age 36. Mel Ott, #1 on that list. The great former Giant. Brooks Robinson, another Hall of Famer, the Baltimore Orioles great third baseman. And then Derek Jeter, third on that list, 1,331 wins before age 36. And Jeter, always associated with winning and success. He broke in to the big leagues, and it was about that time the Yankees became a perennial postseason team. Nick Swisher, 0 for 2 in the game. He has hit into a force play and grounded to short. But Jeter, the only Yankee with a hit in this game. Until actually Huffman had a hit in the 5th inning. Chad Huffman, who had replaced Brett Gardner. So Huffman's not a big enough name for me, apparently. Well, if you're going to count Huffman's hit, I humbly apologize to Chad Huffman and his family. It was a beautiful hit, a hard ground ball through the left side of the infield. So now Jeter with a base hit. He's aboard. And Kershaw out of the stretch. He has not faced many hitters working out of the stretch so far tonight. No need. 1 and 2 to Swisher with Teixeira and then A-Rod scheduled to follow. 5-0. The Dodgers lead the Yankees here in the 6th inning. Derek Jeter's first full season in the big leagues was 1996 when Joe Torre became the manager. And of course they won the World Series that year and won it 4 times in 5 years. That's inside to Swisher. But they have won it after they won the Subway Series against the Mets in the year 2000. They've won it one other time. That was 2009 under manager Joe Girardi. And Jeter had a great season. He hit .334 last year and was a great defensive shortstop as well. That strike 3 call to Swisher. Jeter has not been having that same kind of a year. Not the kind of year he had last year so far this year.
Clayton Kershaw coming into this big outing, pitching against Andy Pettitte and the New York Yankees for the first time. Pettitte was a high school role model for him, believe it or not, as he grew up only at 22 and Pettitte at 38, and he continues to make good pitches.
Mark Teixeira 0 for 2. Blake backhands it to Belliard to get Jeter. That took a while to get there to second base. That backhanded flip.
He didn't think that he could turn. He didn't have time to turn and throw it. So good job there by Blake just to get rid of it quickly. Like you said, it wasn't much on it, but he got rid of it quickly. Watch, so he didn't have to take a step to throw it. Otherwise, if he would have had to stop and try to throw it sidearm, he may have thrown it away. Good job there.
And now Alex Rodriguez. Jeter forced out of the play, back in the dugout. Teixeira at first. A-Rod is 0 for 2. Twice grounded out. Once into a force play against Kershaw. Kershaw has now allowed 3 hits in this game as we play the 6th inning. No runs to the Yankees. The Yankees have only been shut out 3 times this year. Off-speed pitch is too high. 2-0. A-Rod hit a home run here Friday night in a 1-1 game in the 6th inning. And that put the Yankees ahead and proved to be the winning run of the game in a 2-1 victory. CC Sabathia with a very strong night. Vicente Padilla, a tough luck loser for the Dodgers. And there was a little bad blood that night too. And Padilla hit a batter right away in the first inning, and then a little bit later Padilla came up and Sabathia hit him. 2-1 the count. Foul ground, Loney, and no chance to get to it. Well back into the dugout. Robinson Cano on Friday night came up in the 4th inning, and he got hit by Padilla. So then Padilla came up in the 5th inning, and he thought there was intent, it looks like to me.
Well, maybe there was. Maybe, you know, I mean, if you hit one of mine, I hit one of yours. If there was intent, I like that better than him, say, Sabathia hit one of the other players. The pitcher threw it.
Curveball in the dirt. It's a full count.
That's the good thing about the National League. If you're a pitcher and you hit somebody in the National League, you have to bat.
Yep, the unwritten rule is you either hit someone of the same resume or you hit the pitcher.
Yeah, I like to hit the pitcher.
They decided Joe likes to hit the pitcher.
Well, he threw it. If he did it, I mean, why are you going to hit A-Rod or somebody else? You know, I mean, you know, or Manny or, you know, the opposite guy.
3-2 to A-Rod. He bounces it foul off to the left into the owner's box. 3-2 the count. Teixeira at first with 2 down. Monty Irvin, Hall of Famer, was in San Francisco yesterday, and they retired his number. And he told me a story that when he played for Leo DeRocha with the Giants back in the early 50s, that if a Giant got hit, Leo's instructions were 2 of the other team guys were going to get hit. There goes Teixeira. That ball in the air, deep to left. Manny at the wall. Gone, a home run. The second home run of the weekend for Alex Rodriguez, and it's 5-2 Dodgers.
Well, we talked about hitting home runs in bunches, and he's getting hot now, and he said he was feeling good. He told Peter Pasquarelli that he was almost there, and he hit a home run on Friday night. What he's doing now, as we tried to show you earlier, this is an upper body swing. He uses his hands to get through, and he's so strong that he can get out. Now, let's watch the upper body. Look how his hands just get through that so beautifully. Just a beautiful swing right there. That's Alex Rodriguez at his best, and as soon as he hit it, it was gone. He knows it. He's into his trot.
Number 594 in the career of Alex Rodriguez, his 594th career home run.
And even though he's not hitting as many home runs, I mean, that's his 11th home run, and he's got 54 RBIs.
Robinson Cano is grounded out to short, flied out to left. Kershaw done a great job shutting down one of the hottest hitters in the American League, the batting leader in the American League. Cano had only 1 hit yesterday, only 2 hits in 10 at-bats in the series. So they did a very good job against him all weekend.
If you can shut down a very hot hitter, you're making some good pitches as a staff. The thing about this Yankee lineup, you shut one down, but somebody else can jump up and bite you. So this game is not out of reach at all for these Yankees.
Jeter got this inning started with a single, then A-Rod with the home run. That's Manny Ramirez in left field. And Cano is 0 for 3. 2 runs. The Yankees are on the board against Kershaw. 5-2 Dodgers. Last of the 6 coming up.
That's terrible. 3 items for $2. How's Taco Bell gonna make money off of that?
You should promote it.
That's not terrible. Taco Bell's $2 meal deal. 4 different meals to choose from. Each with a Taco Bell original, medium soda, and Doritos chips. Only at Taco Bell.
Story about a man with a car and a job, a wife and a kid, and his name is Bob. Just a regular guy with a regular car, but it's what he rolls on that makes him a star. Stone, Firestone. That's Bob's story. He ain't no liar, because everybody knows the legends ride fire.
Firestone. Legendary drivers need legendary tires. Get a $50 value Firestone prepaid reward card by mail when you buy 4 eligible tires.
If you endorse the radical theory that investors should spend less time playing the market and more time understanding it.
If you buy the crazy notion that your financial advisor should actually return your call. If
You reject knee-jerk investing.
Join the nearly 7 million investors who think like you do. FaceTime and Think Time make a difference. At Edward Jones, it's how we make sense of investing.
Exceptionally crafted for an exceptional cocktail. Absolute Vodka.
Sunday Night Baseball from Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, and Alex Rodriguez with his 11th home run of the year, but his second in 3 days here at Dodger Stadium. And the Yankees are now trailing 5-2.
But now he showed you this early in the telecast, his swing. That pitch was inside, but this one's off the plate inside, and he's able to keep it fair. And the reason he's able to keep it fair, watch his front arm. See how he pulls his front arm through. He doesn't roll over the top with his top hand. That would hook the ball. And see, he says long. That's better, right? I mean, we're going to read lips here. That's what it looks like he's saying. And then he kind of motions like he got his front side through, which means that he wasn't hooking it. If you don't get your hips through and your arms through, you'll come over the top with your top hand and you'll pull the ball foul, because we saw that ball was well off the plate inside and he was still able to keep it fair.
A new pitcher for the Yankees has come in. Dave Robertson on in relief of Andy Pettit. The fastball is in there for a called strike at 92 miles an hour. Robertson, 25 years old, and he has struggled a little bit this year. 5.18 earned run average. Robertson, 24 in the third innings, 30 hits allowed and 12 walks. Deep in the hole, Jeter from left field with a jump. The throw, not in time. An infield hit for Reed Johnson, who runs well, and he needed all of his speed there on an amazing play by Jeter.
Well, no one makes that play better than Derek Jeter. I mean, he's able to jump in the air, get something on the throw, and the jump in the air is not just for show. What it is he would be running away from his target, so he jumps in the air. That gets his body turned back toward first base, see, and that allows him to throw it to first base. It's not just jumping in the air, you know, to make you think it's a tough play. Watch how he opens his body right there. Now he gets his shoulder pointed toward first base, and that's how he makes that play.
Third straight hit for Reed Johnson, and Clayton Kershaw bluffed the bunt and brought the bat back to swing away.
The old butcher boy play. Square around early. If they charge too much, you have the option. Some managers will give you the option to pull it back. Slash at it.
Well, they think you're bunting. A lot of guys start moving around in the infield.
Yeah, your second baseman going to first. The shortstop Jeter was going to second. Alex Rodriguez was in about 45 feet from home plate, so that whole left side of the infield was vacated with Alex in close. He just put it in play. We saw Rafael Furcal yesterday do a little slash bunt from a full swing. It ended up being an infield hit.
Well, I personally think you should bunt. They haven't been able to make the plays yet, so go ahead and bunt.
That's a bigger offensive weapon than the slap.
Yeah, than the slap. I mean, you're taking a chance of slapping at it and hitting it to shortstop for a double play.
A-Rod very shallow at third. Kershaw showing bunt. Up the first base side, very nicely done. To Shara, to Cano covering. And over to second goes Reed Johnson, to third consecutive sacrifice bunt by Kershaw. The NCAA College World Series continues on ESPN tomorrow. South Carolina takes on the number 6 seed UCLA in game 1 of the finals. The NCAA College World Series presented by Capital One on ESPN tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern. And you've been down there, Oral.
I have, and I'm back there again. I have a 6 a.m. flight, get back into Omaha around noon, and have that game that night.
Who do you like?
The UCLA pitching staff is very, very good. Garrett Cole, Trevor Bauer are all lined up now and rested. So they have been outstanding.
UCLA, I always think of them as the NCAA basketball, the Final Four, that kind of
They have
success.
106 national championships and none in baseball. And now they've got a shot for the last year in Rosenblatt Stadium there in Omaha it'll be a first-time winner either way. Either South Carolina or UCLA has never won the College World Series.
Rafael Furcal has walked, had a bunt single, and hit a sacrifice fly. And the count is 2-0 from Robertson. And Robertson immediately in trouble after the infield hit by Reed Johnson. And yet another successful bunt executed by the Dodgers. They've laid down 5 bunts in this game. The worst that's happened is that the guy who bunted got thrown out as a runner advanced. 2-1 the count now.
The problem is he didn't bunt it back to the pitcher. He bunted it to a Gold Glover at first base, man. I mean, Teixeira's a Gold Glover.
So you think you should have tested Robertson?
Yeah, check him out.
Off the outside to Furcal. Furcal is a good bunter for hits, and that's what he did in the 3rd inning. A couple of throwing errors by Pettit that turned into runs for the Dodgers in that eventful 3rd inning. Now it's 3-2 to Furcal. Ronnie Belliard is on deck. 5-2. The Dodgers lead the Yankees. The Yankee bullpen has been sort of a work in progress, and there are those who speculate that the Yankees are one of the teams that will be looking for bullpen help in the trade market. Damaso Marte, the left-hander, up in the bullpen.
Mariano Rivera having another career year. He's been absolutely amazing, but after that there are some question marks.
And it's a walk for Furcal.
No, it's interesting. We're talking about the Yankees and their bullpen is suspect, but you know, there are 18 games over 500, and we're looking at them like they have, you know, big weaknesses. And we're looking at the Yankees. You have to say, well, A-Rod hasn't gotten hot yet, although he's on his way. Teixeira hasn't gotten hot yet. I mean, they have not been as good offensively as they can be. I mean, even Jeter, as good as he is, he's been up and down at times. So
A.J. Burnett is going to be better in the rotation. He had the worst June, worst month of his career.
And they're still where they are.
A.J. Burnett had the worst month in Yankee history.
Was he 0-5 with an ERA over 11?
His ERA the highest in Yankee history for a starting pitcher who pitched at least 5 games in a month. And he was 0-5, as you might expect, with an ERA above 11. And he got lit up here yesterday.
And he's throwing 96 miles an hour, so you know it's location and consistency. It's not stuff.
That one gets away from Posada. The runners both advance. Johnson over to third for Carl. Over to second. Wild pitch. The Yankees have been giving away an awful lot in this game.
This has been a very sluggish looking and poorly executed defense, but mainly from the pitching mound. Really, Andy not having the best of luck with his throws to the bases, and here a wild pitch to set up this inning right now.
Hit hard to A-Rod. Johnson on the contact play. They got him in a rundown. Posada. Now Robertson at the plate, but it is A-Rod to make the tag, but both runners advance for Carl to third, and Belliard had time to go all the way to second. So good work there by Reed Johnson, staying in that rundown to get both runners up.
Well, we talked about execution. The Yankees have not executed a lot of these little plays properly. A-Rod comes home. Well, all you got to do is just run him all the way back instead of throwing it now, and allows Johnson to come back toward home, and that allows for Carl and the guy to hit the ball, Belliard, to advance to second.
You got the left-handed hitting Andre Ethier coming up, who murders right-handed pitching. So the lefty Damaso Marte comes in.
Women get bored easily. New X Twist, the fragrance that changes.
The Craftsman Hammerhead, the only auto hammer worthy of the Craftsman name. Engineered to drive home nails with the touch of a button. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Thinking about your Florida beach vacation and about what's happening in the Gulf? Well, Florida has 825 miles of beaches, 221 of them here in Northwest Florida. So there's plenty of places in Florida to enjoy crystal clear waters and a great beach vacation. Go to Florida Live at visitflorida.com for real-time information.
Pensacola. Are you curious about our coast? Go to visitpensacola.com for the latest information on Pensacola Beach and Perdido Key.
Jose Cuervo Silver. So smooth, it shatters expectations.
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's an insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Part of the AL-NL Showdown, presented by State Farm. I'm John Miller, along with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser from the booth at Dodger Stadium. And the Dodgers leading 5-2, have runners at second and third with two down. Andre Ethier at the plate. Damaso Marte, the lefty, comes in to try and neutralize Ethier and get out of the jam. We're in the last of the sixth. Marte, specialist of the Yankee bullpen, and a guy who had a horrible year last year, was injured most of the year, and ineffective even when he pitched until October. In the postseason, he became extremely reliable in his role as a guy to come in and get some tough lefties out.
And lefties this year are only hitting 156 off of him. He's got a good sinking fastball and a big slider.
Marte was in 4 games in the World Series last year, 3 in the League Championship Series, and a game in the Division Series. Never allowed a run. Only allowed a couple of hits in all of those games. A ball and a strike to Andre Ethier. Ethier got his first hit against a left-hander, and was against Andy Pettitte in the first inning after going down 17 straight times against left-handed pitching. Runners at second and third, 2 down. Slider for the strike.
Yeah, remember, he had his pinky. He broke his pinky finger on his right hand, which is the bottom hand on the bat, and it rubs against the knob when he swings it. And the reason that's important, because your bottom hand actually controls the bat.
1-2 the count. He struck him out with the high fastball. Still 5-2 Dodgers. We head to the late innings. Ethier may have had a question about an earlier call in that at bat.
Introducing Bud Light Lime in cans. The great taste of Bud Light Lime now goes wherever you need it to. Only the superior taste of Bud Light Lime with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor puts you in the summer state of mind. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
Buzz! Hold on, I'm coming!
Don't worry, Buzz, I'll save you. Grab my tail! He's a goner.
No, Buzz!
my favorite part.
Buzz? Where have you been?
With the guys.
Hey, Buzz! Hey, buddy! Visa Debit, the easier way to bring Toy Story home. More people go with Visa.
My new Audi Zero running shoes are super light. I'm lighter on my feet, so nothing holds me back. I feel more confident, knowing I'm the fastest player on the field. When I run lighter, I play faster. Audi Zero Sonic, only at Dick's Sporting Goods.
At Toyota, we care about your safety. That's why we're investing $1 million every hour to improve our technology and your safety. It's an investment that's helped Toyota earn multiple top safety pick awards for 2010 by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. No other brand has won more. These top safety picks and all our new safety innovations are available at toyota.com/safety.
ESPN3.com is your online home for the 2010 FIFA World Cup. Catch multiple matches at once with picture-in-picture or listen to play-by-play in multiple languages with calls from around the world. The 2010 FIFA World Cup, live on ESPN3.com.
Now the Yankees into the 7th inning. Clayton Kershaw finally scored upon by New York on a 2-run homer hit by Alex Rodriguez in the 6th inning. But he still has a 3-run lead with which to work as Jorge Posada leads off. And a good fastball off the inside for ball 1. Posada is grounded out to third and struck out. The Yankees have only 4 hits against Kershaw. 22 years old. In fact, when he went to spring training, he was 21 still. And by the time he was 18, they were already talking about him in the farm system, because he looked like he was going on the fast track, having a lot of success. And they had a little pitching shortage at the big leagues. They were kind of hoping he would get here in a hurry, and he did. He was 20 years old when he got to the big leagues.
Well, he signed in 2006 out of high school. I mean, just think about that. And now here he is, as Joe Torre said, a number 1. He doesn't want to call him that, but he is a number 1 type pitcher.
3-1 the count. Torre, and I think a lot of managers would agree, does not want to put that pressure on him at such a young age, when he's still learning how to pitch, to be the guy, the savior of the staff, as a fly ball is hit to Manny Ramirez, and Posada is now 0 for 3.
But is that a lot? Is that pressure? I think it's pressure pitching in the big leagues, Earl. I mean,
I think
you're
he just
number
doesn't.
1, 2, 3. What's the difference?
Well, you want him mentally, internally. I'm sure Joe says I want you to act like a number 1. We're not going to put that out there publicly, so you don't have to deal with the interviews and the, I'm leading the staff kind of stuff.
Well, he's 22 years old, and tonight marks his 67th major league start. Now, at age 22, Steven Strasburg has made what, 4 starts?
Well, the thing about Clayton that has been outstanding is the fact that he responds to tough outings. He had a terrible outing May 4th against Milwaukee, gave up 7 earned runs in an inning and a third.
Curtis Granderson, right center. Ethier on the track.
But what he did, he came back and he responded in his next outing. 4 days later, he had to go up against Colorado and Ubaldo Jimenez. And that was an absolutely amazing game, the way he responded. You see the inning and a third against Milwaukee, 5 hits, 7 runs. It was 7 earnies. He really, acted like an ace. He's had 15 outings this year. 4 of them you could say that were rough, but every time after 4 rough outings, he has come back, and there he beat Ubaldo Jimenez, gave him his first loss. 8 innings, 9 Ks, and that's representative of an ace, a guy who can come back and settle right back in and get on a hot streak. And coming into this game tonight, his last outing against the Angels was a rough one. It was his worst start in 9 starts. And here he is against the Yankees, pitching against one of his role models, Andy Pettitte, and the Yankees, and he's responding again.
2 down, nobody on. Chad Huffman, and a changeup in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. Huffman entered the game for the injured Brett Gardner. We say injured. He was hit on the wrist with a pitch in the 3rd inning by Kershaw, and the wrist began to swell up, and so Joe Girardi took him out of the game. Huffman got a single in his only at bat in the 5th. Hits that one hard. He showed a quick bat of that high fastball, but is thrown out by Blake. 7 strong for Kershaw. Only 10 pitches and out in the 7th inning. Manny Ramirez coming up. Sunday Night Baseball from Dodger Stadium in L.A. The Dodgers and the Yankees interleague play. The rubber match of the series. The Dodgers ahead 5-2 as we go to the last of the 7th. The Corona Extra fan experience now at Dodger Stadium. Bleacher Beach, located in the blue seats in left field. And it's a very popular attraction among the Dodgers' younger fans, featuring the best of both worlds on the West Coast, mixing the beach and a little ball at the same time. Bleacher Beach. That's a ways off from home plate in this ballpark too. It's not that far from the beach, I think. Maybe a little bit closer to the beach than to home plate at Dodger Stadium. Here is Manny Ramirez to lead off for Joe Torre's Dodgers. They lead 5-2. Manny has hit into a double play, walked. They walked him intentionally in the 3rd and lined out to right, facing Damaso Marte with Casey Blake on deck and then another lefty, James Loney, after Blake. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors for the Yankees. And the slider is in there for a called strike 2. Manny has not. You might be thinking, wow, this is kind of risky throwing a lefty against Manny Ramirez, but Manny has not hit lefties so far this year.
Marte's only given up. Right-handed batters are hitting 200 off of him, so he's been pretty solid against righties, even though he's a left-handed specialist.
Although throughout his career, he's always hit left-handers well.
He's been huge against left-handed pitching, lifetime. He ducked under that one.
Well, he didn't duck under it; it just missed him. I mean, that was, I don't know what he did. Watch this. He just missed him. The ball just missed him. He didn't get his head out of the way. The ball just misses him. I mean, he ducks right in front of the plate. He doesn't move away from the plate.
What you've talked about, Joe, is how hitters today are so comfortable and don't realize how to get out of the way.
Yeah, because that ball, I mean, he didn't go backwards away from the plate.
1-2 the count. Right center field. Granderson calls off Swisher. And Manny is 0 for 3 against left-handed pitching in this game. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Get over 100 live out-of-market games per week in HD quality where available on your computer. Visit MLB.TV for details. Now Casey Blake, who has struck out twice and singled. 5-2 Dodgers. They got 3 runs in the 3rd. If you're a Yankee fan just tuning in, you say, wait a minute, they got 3 runs. How'd they do that against Andy? Don't ask.
Yeah.
It was not pretty.
It was officially ugly.
A double, a bunt on which there was a wild throw for a run, then a bunt for a single. That ball is hit well. A liner and Huffman on the track. He hit it hard, but with topspin. So 2 men are gone. And now the left-handed hitting James Loney will be coming up. The Dodger bullpen has action going. The right-hander up in the Dodger bullpen is Ronald Belisario. So have we seen the last of Clayton Kershaw? He's at 101 pitches for the game. Although he had one of his easiest innings of the night in the 7th inning. Here is Loney, who has grounded a short, walked, and flied out to left. The Yankees would have the pitcher's spot to lead off in the 8th inning. And then Derek Jeter and Nick Swisher. Of course, the whole idea at this stage of the game is to get it to Jonathan Broxton. Broxton, who had a 4-out save here yesterday, starting with a strikeout of Jeter in the 8th inning. He is big and strong, and nobody, I don't think even Steven Strasburg, throws harder than Jonathan Broxton.
No, I think you're right, John.
1-1 the count to Loney.
But I'll tell you what, Steven Strasburg has better command. I'll tell you what, for a guy who throws as hard as he does, he really overpitches. He really could throw that four-seamer high right down the middle and get the batter to swing it. I don't think anybody would touch it. But he makes pitches.
Well, he's pitched, what, 25 1/3 innings in his young big league career, and has walked 5.
And it was all in one game against Cleveland when the mound was breaking apart on him, where he was striding and hitting. They had to come out and fix the mound 3 times.
I think that's the most impressive thing, is that he doesn't walk a lot of hitters except for that one game.
He struck out 41 and walked 5 in 25 1/3 innings.
You know, I was there when J.R. Richards broke in, and he had the record for most strikeouts in his first appearance. He struck out 15, and Strasburg struck out 14, and his 15 was against the Giants and Willie Mays and the Giants on the second game of a doubleheader. And he struck Mays out 3 times. And I remember Willie yelling at him from the dugout.
That's a little different than striking out the 2010 Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, that's true, but I mean, he struck him out. There's JR. I mean, he struck him out, and like Strasburg, I think J.R. Richards was going to be one of the greatest pitchers ever.
Right.
And I think Strasburg is going to be one of the greatest pitchers ever as well. JR was really good. To show you how good JR was, Nolan Ryan was the #2 pitcher on our staff that year in 1980 in Houston.
JR looked like he was going to stride off the mound when he was coming down the hill.
That's what Mays said.
Yeah, it looked like he was just putting it in the glove with his hand.
Teixeira handles that pop-up by Loney, who chased ball 4 from Marte. 8th inning coming up. Is Kershaw finished? We'll find out.
Do you smell bacon? Oh, yeah. It's a Bacon Club chalupa. Guys love bacon.
He used to play at the fabled Ebbets Field until they moved to L.A. for the 1958 season. And while Dodger Stadium was being built here in Chavez Ravine, they played at the Los Angeles Coliseum, which was not a great baseball park. It went about 240 feet to the left field foul pole and a very high screen while they played at the Coliseum. More of a football configuration, as Ronald Belisario is on from the Dodger bullpen in relief of Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw, one of his best starts. He's had games where he has not allowed runs, allowed fewer hits, including that victory he had against Ubaldo Jimenez, as you mentioned, Oral. But he never had a game before until tonight where he'd never walked a hitter.
Yeah, he had his command. He had a little benefit of the glare in the center field screen and the shadows. But he didn't have any of those moments in the game where he started to melt down, where he really couldn't find his release point for a batter or two, where those are the kind of things as a young pitcher you learn to coach yourself. And as you can do that in the big league level with his talent, that's when you start to get on some real hot streaks and understand yourself and your mechanics.
25-year-old Colin Curtis, the pinch hitter for Marte, and he grounds out to Belliard, 1 away. Colin Curtis out of Arizona State was once on the College World Series all-tournament team, and he wore number 9 when he was a college player to pay tribute to Roger Maris, the former Yankee who once hit 61 home runs in a season. Colin Curtis grounding out as the pinch hitter, only his 5th major league at bat. Here's Derek Jeter, who's had 2 hits tonight. 2 of the Yankees' 4 hits against Clayton Kershaw. Jeter started a 2-run rally in the 6th inning. Oh, look out. Wow.
I know it's not humorous here, but Jeter knows how to get out of the way. Seriously, I mean, he got out of the way of that ball. We talked about Manny ducking. This ball is right there, and Jeter gets out of the way. Watch. I mean, this ball is right there. See, now that he got out of the way.
He turned away from the ball, not into the ball.
Not into
got the ear flap in the way of his head. So if he does get grazed, the ear flap is there. Does a great job of getting out of the way.
Yeah. Well, he does most things correctly. So
oh my God.
I guess that's, you know.
If there's a role model in baseball, he and Mariano Rivera, playing in that spotlight with their ability and doing what they've accomplished, it's absolutely amazing. They're fantastic for the game of baseball.
I'll tell you something. I was surprised last year. He had a fabulous year. They won the World Championship. And, you know, even I know you'd vote for the MVP before the year is over, but he didn't get one vote won, first place vote for the most valuable player last year, and I was really shocked because I thought he had a fabulous year from day one. Remember, A-Rod was hurting for a while. He wasn't there. Teixeira got off to a slow start. Jeter was from opening day till the end of the season. He was the most valuable player.
He had a great year.
Yeah, and I was shocked that he didn't get one vote.
This is a tough play for Furcal. Got a great arm, and it goes right by Loney. Jeter is safe at first. The Yankees needing base runners, and Jeter, who led off the sixth with a single in what turned into a two-run inning, gets on base again here in the eighth inning. And that'll be a base hit for Jeter. A real difficult play for Cal.
Well, he was playing deep. I think he was playing too deep, first of all. They play deep at shortstop now, and he had to round this ball. He has to go a long way to get this ball, and Jeter is fast enough that he can beat out. See how deep he is up the middle? Now watch how far he has to go. 5, 6, 7, 8 steps to pick up the ball and then try to throw out the hustling Jeter down the line, and he really had no chance.
They could have taken an extra step to set himself, and the throw would have been too late. So here is Swisher, and that's ball one.
I don't want anyone to say that I didn't think Joe Mauer should win the MVP last year. That wasn't what I was saying. I just thought that Jeter should have gotten more recognition. I guess the only guy that got a first place vote was from the California Angels, Henry Morales.
We call them the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim now. 2-0 the count to Nick Swisher, who's 0 for 3 in this game. Mark Teixeira on deck. And Belisario's on the verge of some serious trouble here with the Yankees' biggest, most powerful hitters coming up. But Derek Jeter had a great year with the bat, a great year defensively, a Gold Glove caliber year, and he was the man, always igniting the Yankees as the leadoff man, doing it in the field, doing it every which way, leading the clubhouse, you name it. And I think it was definitely an MVP caliber year for Derek Jeter. I agree. One hop. Loney. There's one out. Gonna have to be a tag. Double play. The side is retired. They feel James Loney's going to win some Gold Gloves. He played that one beautifully.
Well, it's hit in the perfect spot. He tags the bag, then makes an accurate throw to second base, and Jeter's out.
Out by plenty.
Can a smartphone augment your reality? Can it see through walls, locate restaurants and shops through your phone's viewfinder? Droid can with Layer. One of thousands of apps that run simultaneously with others from the ever-expanding Android market. When there's no limit to what Droid gets, there's no limit to what Droid does.
Right now, buy one Droid by Motorola and get a second one free. Only from Verizon.
The before, the expectation, the B vitamins and carbs to ignite. The during, the collision, the power. The original Gatorade. The after. The gratitude. The protein to recover. Introducing the G Series from Gatorade. Prime, Perform, Recover.
At Toyota, we care about your safety. That's why we're investing $1 million every hour to improve our technology and your safety. It's an investment that's helped Toyota earn multiple top safety pick awards for 2010 by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. No other brand has won more. These top safety picks and all our new safety innovations are available at toyota.com/safety.
The Craftsman Cordless Multi-Tool. The power and versatility of 6 tools packed into one. More innovation, more great values. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Good evening. I'm Steve Levy. Coming up on SportsCenter after the game, frustration in the Rays dugout. We'll tell you who's the first big-name NBA free agent to sign. And there are 2 more World Cup games, 2 more controversies, blown calls. We'll see you on SportsCenter after.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Sunday Night Baseball. And we are in the last of the 8th inning, or about to be. And for the Yankees, a couple of changes. Colin Curtis, after pinch hitting for Damaso Marte, stays in to play right field as Swisher is out of the game. It's a double switch for the Yankees. Jabba Chamberlain takes the mound now, and he will be listed in the number 2 spot in the order, where Swisher had been. Curtis, of course, in the number 9 spot. Jabba Chamberlain, ordinarily a setup man in front of Mariano Rivera, now just trying to hold the line here. The Yankees have a day off tomorrow before they start their homestand on Tuesday at Yankee Stadium. So no worries there. So Chamberlain to face Russell Martin, Reed Johnson, and then the pitcher spot for the Dodgers. Dodgers lead 5-2. Yankees go home from here. And we'll play the Seattle Mariners. It's not going to be easy when they get home. The Mariners are having a very bad year, but they come into town with Cliff Lee and Felix Hernandez going the first 2 games.
Tuesday of Cliff Lee against Phil Hughes. That'll be quite a pitching matchup.
Phil Hughes was bypassed in his turn this week to give him a little extra few days of rest. Apparently there's an inning limit over which they do not want him to go. So
it has not been announced, the limit, but most people think it's somewhere around 182 innings. And so bypassing him here with a couple of off days, they keep all of the starters on their normal rotation, and they're able to skip him without adding to that innings count.
And I think that means it's even more important for A.J. Burnett to get back on track, because you're going to get close to the end of the season.
Well, if he's throwing the ball the way he is, and he's as successful as he is, going to be hard for them when they get to the playoffs to slip him into the bullpen to protect his arm compared to starting it.
Unless Burnett comes back,
and you can go with CC and AJ, and then you can go with Andy Pettitte.
3-1 the count. That is foul past first by Russell Martin, who is 0 for 3.
I know they've changed some of the off days as far as the postseason is concerned to try to keep teams from just using the 3 starters as the Yankees did last year, but I haven't seen the complete schedule yet.
Well, the Yankees last year were able to go through the whole postseason with a 3-man rotation. Yeah. That man, CC Sabathia, Andy Pettitte, and A.J. Burnett. And once or twice, Sabathia gets pitched on 3 days of rest to make that happen. And Pettitte might have done the same thing, I believe, in one start. Russell Martin draws a leadoff walk from Jabba Chamberlain here in the 8th inning. Reed Johnson coming up. Let's go to the studio to Ryan Burr for a SportsCenter right now.
Thanks, John. Germany executed its game plan to perfection in a 4-1 second-round World Cup win over England. Argentina gets by Mexico 3-1. Both teams on their way to the quarterfinals. Phillies pitcher 47-year-old Jamie Moyer gave up a major league record 506th home run, passing Hall of Famer Robert Roberts for the honor. Guys.
I'm sure if it wasn't for the honor, he'd just soon not have allowed 500 home runs.
Well, you know what? I don't see a problem with it. If you have to pitch a long time to be able to give up that many home runs,
you got to be out there.
You got to be out there, and he's been out there. So I don't know. It may be a badge of honor to know that he pitched that long.
Is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and for Jamie to pitch that long and win as many games as he's won, that's a pretty big deal.
And he got to know Robin Roberts because Robin Roberts, a former Philly, was a presence at the ballpark in Philadelphia, got to know the players, and he said that Cole Hamels said the same thing. That he'd come in and he'd been watching their starts, and he would talk baseball with him and talk about things that were relevant to them. And they all learned Some things from Robin Roberts, the late Robin Roberts, one of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time great, nice guys too, really good people. I got a chance to play with him my rookie year. He was on his way out of the game, and he stopped in Houston. He pitched for the Astros for a while my first year.
One ball and no strikes to Reed Johnson, who's had 2 doubles and an infield single. Now he's going to try that bunt. Why not? The bunt has worked every time the Dodgers have used it, one way or the other, and it opened up a nice lead for them in the 3rd inning. A double by Johnson and then 3 consecutive bunts, and they had 2 runs on the board, and finally a sacrifice fly for the 3rd run of the inning.
And I thought Joe made a great point early in the game. Joe Torre decided to give Matt Kemp a day off, and look what Reed Johnson has been in the middle of all day. Double, base hit, speed to run and beat out an infield hit. He's been in the mix, and Joe Torre, sometimes it's amazing how he just knows right where to tweak it.
His bunting game is lacking. I'm not that impressed with his bunting game here.
Hey, could we have a Wally Pipp situation here? Give Kemp a day off as they did Wally Pipp, and Reed Johnson never give that position up again.
Now Wally Pipp apparently had a headache, had a bad headache. So they gave him the day off and put Lou Gehrig in. And then Lou Gehrig played from that day through the next 2,130 games. Wally Pipp lost his job. Gehrig became one of the all-time greats of the game. 1-2 the count to Reed Johnson. Nobody out, runner at first. This could be 2. A-Rod to second one. Cano over to first. The double play.
That's a great turn. He came across the bag and made the double play easily. And we talked about Cano's improved defense. I mean, he has gone. He's gone 57 games without an error. Consecutive games without an error. Look at that. That's just perfect. Avoiding the runner and using his arm.
Remind me of you and like Roberto Alomar, guys who really know how to dance around that bag.
Well, I had to do it because I didn't have the strong arm, but Cano's got the strong arm, and he still made it properly because you avoid the runner by coming across the bag. I just love to see that.
The one time the Dodgers don't get the bunt down.
Yeah.
And then a double play. Let that be a lesson to you.
And we also saw what we were talking about, A-Rod playing off the line a little bit. And that's the way you play it, because there are more balls going to be hit that way than on your right down the line.
Jamie Carroll, the pinch hitter for Ronald Belisario. And I would imagine that's Jonathan Broxton getting ready in the bullpen. The closer. Yes, it is. Hard to miss him. As Dustin Pedroia said when he faced him last week at Fenway, he said, I looked down at that guy and I thought, man, he's 9 feet tall. And he's got the meanest stuff, said Pedroia, that he'd ever seen.
Pedroia didn't back down. That was his first walk-off hit in his career off of that man right there. He said he had some of the best stuff he's ever seen. You're right.
And I'm down about Pedroia's injury.
Well, you always hurt. You're not happy. You know, it's always a problem when some of the best players are hurt.
That's a base hit for Jamie Carroll. Infield hit. Major League Baseball is proud to support Stand Up to Cancer. Visit standuptocancer.org to learn how you can help us in the fight against cancer. So now the inning continues. Here is Rafael Furcal. He has walked. He's beaten out a bunt single and scored a run. Hit a sacrifice fly to knock in a run and walked again. In the last 2 days, Furcal has been at the top of his game, making things happen for the Dodger lineup. He's had a direct hand in 2 of their runs out of the 5 they've scored today, and he got 3 hits and scored 3 runs here yesterday as they beat the Yankees.
Kind of reminds you of Jose Reyes of the Mets, how important he is to the ball club. Jose Reyes is back. He's hitting well. Everybody else has started to hit well, and the Mets are on a roll.
Mets are really hot.
Yeah.
right there with the Atlanta Braves at the top of the National League's Eastern Division, both of them ahead of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Who would have predicted that?
Yeah, well, you actually did. Remember we talked about it
a little bit.
You were saying, I
was on
said they had a chance if they got Beltran back, but they did it without getting Beltran back. They've been just playing great.
Remember last weekend when they were at Fenway, they got swept by the Red Sox. Furcal was not there. Right. He'd gone home. His father been kicked by one of his horses, ended up passing away. And a very sad time for Furcal, so he was home with the family, mourning the loss of his father. And the Dodgers did not do well without him in that weekend at Fenway. As Furcal showed a little bit of power on that fly ball that just went foul into the left field corner. 0-2. Carroll, and that one is slashed foul toward the Dodger dugout. Look out.
And Carroll's just leaning towards second and taking off, so he's getting a good jump.
Jabba seemingly not concerned with him.
Because he was leaning his entire body towards second base, and he took off. Well, Jabba's point is if it's 0-2, if I keep throwing strikes, I don't have to worry about it.
A Hall of Famer once said that to me. Fergie Jenkins.
Yeah.
Catcher was a little upset that Fergie wasn't watching the base stealers a little more closely. Well, if I get the guy out, what difference does it make if he steals second or not? 0-2 the count for Kyle. By the way, Marty Aronoff looked up the home run, the most home runs ever allowed by pitchers. We know that Robin Roberts is a Hall of Famer. Moyer passed him today. Next on the list is Fergie Jenkins.
Oh, okay.
A Hall of Famer. Phil Niekro, right behind Fergie, a Hall of Famer.
You have to be good enough to get the opportunity. You have to be good enough to have the opportunity to give it up.
Exactly.
And number 5 on the list for most home runs allowed, former Dodger and Hall of Famer.
Drysdale?
Don Sutton.
Oh, Sutton. Okay.
There goes Carroll. This time they pitch out. Posada in the dirt. And I don't think that one worked out very well.
Well, you could see that he was leaning each time. I mean, so it was just a matter of whether he wanted to pitch out or keep throwing strikes. And they chose to try to pitch out, but they still were not able to get him. See how he's leaning towards second base? And he just takes off. Posada's throw is low. I'm not so sure they would have gotten him anyway. Jabba didn't rush the ball to the plate. But you were talking about Marty looking up. He also looked up the MVP voting last year, and that one vote did go to Miguel Cabrera instead of Kendry Morales. I guess Kendry got my vote. No, I would have given it to you, John.
Extra bases for Furcal. Carroll in to score. 6-2 Dodgers. And what a 2 days for Rafael Furcal against the Yankees, leading the Dodgers after they had been beaten here on Friday and after they had lost 7 of their last 8 games.
Well, it's a great at bat by Furcal because the fastball's away the Jabba. He is just fighting him off, fighting the pitcher's pitches off, and then he gets a breaking ball and he stays on it. He drops the head low and in, but fighting off the fastballs away, fouling him over by the Dodger dugout, and then finally getting a pitch that he can get the head out on. And that stolen base set up the run. Him battling at the plate, extending the count, even though it stayed at 0-2, he kept fighting it off, gave Carroll a chance to steal to second, even on a pitch out, and the Dodgers get an extra insurance run.
They've had Broxton, their closer, warming up in the bullpen. It's no longer a save situation. As that foul is hit off the right field line. The Dodgers have a big series in San Francisco that opens tomorrow night. And they have somebody else throwing in the bullpen now. The big hitters will be due up for the Yankees. So they're happy to get an extra run. Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano, the 3 biggest power hitters for the Yankees. Troncoso is now warming up in the bullpen with Broxton. Jeter in the dirt, one hop, and he got him. A big run for the Dodgers. The lead is now 4. Last chance for the Yankees. Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano coming up. Oh, he threw it away. Ball is gone. A home run. And now the Yankees. They are trailing 6-2 as they send their big hitters up. Teixeira at the plate. A-Rod on deck. Cano behind him. Changes for the Dodgers, starting with Jonathan Broxton. And Broxton, the big closer, one of the hardest throwers in the game. 48 strikeouts in 32 2/3 innings. Fastball at 93 miles per hour. Inside for ball one. Also, Garrett Anderson is now at left field, replacing Manny Ramirez. Jamie Carroll stays at second base after pinch hitting for Belisario. And Broxton will be listed in the number 2 spot in the order where Belliard had been. A ball and a strike down. Teixeira is 0 for 3. He's popped to second, struck out looking, and grounded into a force play. No longer a safe situation for Broxton. That ball was well inside and hit very much foul. 1-2 the count. Tomorrow night, Steven Strasburg on ESPN2 Monday Night Baseball at 7 Eastern. He's made 4 starts, 25 1/3 innings, a 1.78 earned run average, 41 strikeouts in 25 1/3 innings, and only 5 walks allowed. Most strikeouts for any pitcher in his first 4 major league starts.
I got to go to his first start in Washington. He was about 60 feet behind Pudge Rodriguez. And it is some electric stuff.
Strike 3 called. That stuff wasn't bad. Teixeira is gone. He's 0 for 4 and has been called out on strikes twice. And there comes Alex Rodriguez. 56,000 even, the official paid crowd for this game, as it was for all 3 of these games. 168,000 paid admissions for the 3-game series between the Yankees and the Dodgers. Alex Rodriguez homered his last time. Base hit to left.
Well, he just turned that 95-mile-an-hour fastball right around. Not a lot of guys can handle 95 and above. Only your elite hitters usually can handle that kind of fastball. The good point is it was down, so you're able to throw the barrel of the bat at it. And it was just a beautiful swing. His timing is coming. He said he's right there, and looks like he is. Very close to getting hot.
Robinson Cano 0 for 3 in this game. It's ball 1. Into second goes A-Rod. They were not holding him, so he went ahead and took second base.
And a lot of people say, why? Well, you take the bag so that there's not a force out there. You can use to make sure you get your other 2 outs instead of staying at first and hitting into a possible double play.
He will not be given credit for a steal. Defensive indifference is the reason for him going to second. Officially, fastball for a strike. Now that fastball, which is often up around 98, 99 miles an hour, is not there right now, but he has had much better control this year than in years past. He's had Strasburgian control.
Wow.
48 strikeouts, but only 5 walks allowed.
4 starts, and a Hall of Fame announcer is now using his name to describe location and command.
Okay, Strasburg's control and strikeout ratio is
like
Broxtonian.
Okay,
how about
that's
that?
That's better. That's better.
If he has to earn it to be on the All-Star team, I think he has to earn it to have adjectives to describe.
All right, I'm getting a little swept away by the whole Strasburg mania. That's past Loney. Extra bases for Cano and an RBI as A-Rod scores. It's 6-3. Cano's first hit of the night. And now they are one base runner away from being able to send the possible tying run to the plate.
Well, remember yesterday Broxton had a 4-out save. And, you know, he may not be accustomed to that. Well, I know he isn't.
We always worry about those outings when your closer comes in. It's a non-save situation. You think the adrenaline would be there with a packed house and the Yankees here. And yet I have to think back to that last inning when Java Chamberlain walks the leadoff hitter, gives up the stolen base, and they get that extra insurance run because Posada would represent the tying run. Without that, and a couple botched throws by Andy Pettit earlier in the game. This could be an I told you so type game for Joe Girardi and getting the Yankees to concentrate a little bit more on fundamentals.
Here's Posada. Fastball to strike. 6-3 Dodgers now. Posada is 0 for 3. Clayton Kershaw went 7 innings. There were a lot of offers for the Yankees against Kershaw, who allowed only 4 hits in 7 innings and never walked a hitter. That slider pulled foul. 0-2. Kershaw 7 innings, 2 runs, 4 hits. In the rubber match of this series, a big game for the Dodgers, and we have named him as the recipient of our Chevrolet Player of the Game Award. Chevrolet Player of the Game, Clayton Kershaw.
Actually, this is Broxton's second time, John, with a non-save situation. He didn't have a save yesterday.
It was 9-4 when he came in, with a couple of men on in the 8th inning.
And he retired a runner in the 8th, and then hitter in the 8th, and then 3 in the 9th.
He got Jeter. And Torrey said that the reason he brought him in there was Jeter hits a home run. It's 9-7. You got all the big guys coming up, and then all of a sudden you feel like you got a long way to go. He thought he wanted to nip that in the bud if he could, and it worked out that way. Sometimes managers don't agree as to what's a safe situation and one isn't.
And the hidden reason might be we're playing the New York Yankees and I don't want to get swept.
Exactly. I think that was probably.
Let's get a win in the cup.
I think that probably had more to do with it, but also it's interesting that I believe that managers should use their closer sometimes when it's not a safe situation, but most of them do not.
0-2 the count. The Dodgers go to San Francisco next, and Brian Wilson, the Giants closer, has been the king of the 4, 5, 6 out save this year. Broxton misses badly. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Posada. Curtis Granderson, a left-handed hitter with power, on deck. Cano with his first hit of the night, a double just past Loney. His 51st RBI of the year. He's at second. And Posada fought off that 88-mile-an-hour slider running down and in.
And the Dodgers do not have anyone warming up in the bullpen, so Broxton's it.
They had Troncoso after the Dodgers added that extra run. Troncoso jumped up and started throwing. I thought maybe that without the save situation in effect, they thought, well, let's use Troncoso, but no. The inning ended at 6-2, and they brought in Broxton, and Troncoso sat down. 1-2 the count. And that breaking ball, that is just foul. First base umpire Brian Onora making the very emphatic signal.
What does Herm Edwards say? You play to win the game. So it doesn't matter whether it's a save situation or what. I want to win this game. And that's why you have Broxton out there.
Remember, they had lost 6 in a row, including that series, the entire series at Fenway. They lost the first 2 to the Angels earlier this week before they beat them on Thursday. They lost the first game here. They lost 7 out of 8. And we're in a tailspin before they got that win yesterday. Now a chance to win a series for the first time in a while. 1-2 the count. And the fastball at 96. Down and away. So Posada giving him a workout here.
Well, he threw 19 pitches in yesterday's ball game, and he's thrown 16 so far in today's game.
We're starting to see the typical Yankee grinded out at bats. Now that the sunshine has gone down and the glare is gone, you're really seeing the true Yankee offense now in the last 3 or 4 innings. A-Rod has turned on a fastball in twice, turned around 95 for a base hit in his last at bat, ended up scoring, and then that home run he had off of Kershaw was a low and in fastball off the plate.
2-2. And back out of play.
And a very good swing there by Posada.
I know our colleague Buster Olney in his blog on ESPN.com every day has what he calls the patience index. It's a list of the guys who saw the most pitches per plate appearance. But really, it's not so much patience. It's the ability to fight off tough pitches that get you a lot of pitches. And there's the patience to wait for your pitch. You get the 2 strikes, and it's what Posada's doing. Fouling off a lot of tough ones. 9th pitch of this at bat coming up. And now it's a full count.
The combination of those good takes and then those foul balls, like you say, John, you can build up your patience
and make Buster's index.
Well, this is an important pitch because, as you said, Curtis Granderson is on deck, and he is a very good fastball hitter, and he would be the tying run.
And he can hit home runs.
Right.
Very powerful. Base hit to right field. Cano held up at third. And the possible tying run will head to the plate. Rob Thompson, the third base coach, holding up Robinson Cano as Granderson will head to the plate. The 10th pitch of the battle, and Posada got it. And that was also the 19th pitch for Broxton, who had the 4-out save here yesterday. That was the first pitch after 0-2, and then again, these are 88, 89 mile-an-hour sliders that he was fighting off. And a good fastball. And finally, he got the base hit. Joe Torre out to the mound now to talk to Broxton.
There's an emotional letdown in the bullpen when that 4th run happened for the Dodgers as far as the insurance. Then another reliever steps up next to you. Now you've pitched yesterday in a non-situation. Maybe you're thinking your manager's going to keep you out of there. But no, the 3rd out comes very quickly. The other reliever can't be ready, and you're in the ball game. And now you are thrown into it. You can't pitch your way into a save situation. But you better have your adrenaline, your game face on now, because this one is creeping up on you.
This game needs saving right now. Granderson, who hit a home run Wednesday in Arizona, hit one to the warning track in the 7th inning tonight against the left-hander Kershaw. The slider. That one looked pretty good around the knees.
Well, they know that Granderson is a very good fastball hitter, so they try to get a strike with the breaking ball.
Middle infield, double play deck. 1 out. Loney placed behind Posada, who runs. They got the call on that one on the outside, but Posada to second, so there's no longer a ground ball double play possibility. Granderson hit what proved to be a game-winning home run Wednesday in Arizona in the 10th inning.
Well, the one thing about it, if you're Granderson, you will get a fastball to hit. You just can't miss it.
Just off the outside with that fastball. 2-1. Not a whole lot different than that previous fastball. It was called a strike. 2-1 the count. Two managers, Joe Torre, the former Yankee, now Dodger manager, and the current Yankee manager, Joe Girardi, looking on. Yankees trying to come back in the ninth. And that fastball fouled. Keep tapping the ball away from Granderson.
We're talking about Granderson and his power, and he's the tying run. But if he just gets a base hit, he has 6 steals on the year and has not been caught stealing. So he can get into scoring position on his own with just a base hit.
And Broxton cannot hold a good base stealer.
Chad Huffman, a right-handed hitter, is out on deck. There's Huffman, number 22. Runners at second and third. 1 out. 6-3 Dodgers. The infield backed up all the way around. The slider, and he fouls it off his foot. Ouch. Curtis Granderson, the big trade in the offseason coming from the Tigers to the Yankees, and largely because of Broxton. The Dodgers have only lost 1 game when they've been leading going to the 9th inning all year. This will be the 25th pitch of this inning, thrown by Broxton, who they feel like he got thrown into the meat grinder here facing this Yankee lineup. The slider and taken. Wow, pretty good eye.
We're seeing some great takes by these Yankees right now, seeing the ball better, and maybe Broxton with the back-to-back outings and so many pitches in this inning, his stuff not quite as sharp. When you see a hitter take a ball like that as a pitcher, you're like, are they picking up my pitches? What's going on here? Normally they're swinging and missing that. That looks like a low fastball. It was a slider in the dirt.
Granderson hit 30 home runs last year. Be careful. 3-2 the count. And the fastball, he came right after him. Fouled out of play.
Well, I think if you're Martin, you're going to go out and talk to Broxton and try to figure out what he thinks is his best pitch at this moment. And that fastball right there was there for Granderson to hit. He couldn't get to it. So, I mean, he still has good enough velocity on the fastball to use it if that's what he wants to do.
And when Posada got the base hit off him on that 10th pitch, and it was a fastball on the corner, about 2-3 inches above the low outside corner, he hit a good pitch.
This will be the 8th pitch to Granderson after the 10 he threw to Posada. 3-2. And he walks it.
Well, he came with the fastball, but he tried to turn it over.
So, the possible tying runs are on base. Cano, Posada, and Granderson from third back to first. And Broxton has thrown 27 pitches and has only 1 out to show for it. A run is in, and here comes Huffman. The first batter of the inning was Mark Teixeira, and Broxton struck him out on 4 pitches. The rest of the inning has not gone quite so well. A-Rod single, Cano double, Posada single, Granderson has walked. The infield looking for the double play ball. Huffman the hitter. Ball 1.
Well, it doesn't look like he's free and easy out there now to me, Oral. I don't know. It just looks like that was a tight.
It looked like he's guiding it.
Yeah, that was a tight pitch right there. He was trying to aim that pitch.
The ball does not have as much life on it. It might have the velocity, but when you don't finish it with your hand free and easy, there's not the life on it. The ball comes out straight and you're steering it.
Right down the middle for a strike. One ball and 1 strike. Chad Huffman did not start the game, entering after Brett Gardner was removed because of swelling in his wrist after being hit by a pitch. Huffman has gone 1 for 2. Base hit to right field. Cano scores. Posada being sent. It's 6-5. Granderson, the possible tying run around to third.
An excellent base running by Granderson. He looked to make sure that they were sending Posada before he tried to go to third base. Being the tying run, he wanted to get to third with less than 2 outs. But what he did, he made sure before he took off that they were sending Posada. watch Granderson. He'll take a look right here. He looks, slows down, and he makes sure that they're going to send him, and then he takes off on the third base.
Yeah, that was a great little stutter step he made coming around the second to pick up Robbie Thompson over there.
So Chad Huffman, who made his debut 2 weeks ago today, his major league debut against the Houston Astros. Chad Huffman, who was claimed off waivers from the San Diego Padres and added to the Yankees roster back on April the 7th. 25 years old, from Houston, Texas. He has just gotten his first major league RBIs. So what a spot for Huffman. And he came through big time against one of the best closers in the game. You see there, it's been a difficult two-day period for Broxton, the most difficult he's had this year. Here is another young Yankee, Colin Curtis. And back out of play.
He let it go. One of the weaknesses the Yankees have as far as their bench is that they have rookies over there. They do not have any veteran presence that they can send off the bench in these types of situations. But so far, you know, Hoffman has come off the bench. He's done well tonight. So that's one of the problems when people talk about the Yankees, is that their youth on the bench.
Two places during the trade deadline you think the Yankees will be looking is in the bullpen and veterans on the bench.
Colin Curtis has had five previous major league at-bats, all as a pinch hitter. The possible tying run, Granderson at third, the middle infield double play down. And that slider fouled into the seats. Curtis quickly behind in the count, 0-2. Derek Jeter is on deck. Curtis, by the way, as a pinch hitter in those 5 pinch hit at bats, has had 2 hits and 3 runs batted in.
Well, Jonathan Broxton needs to recognize that he has a young hitter that has started the bat twice with 2 pitches, so he does not have to throw a strike to try and strand that runner at third.
There's nothing like an 0-2 high fastball up and out of the zone.
0-2 to Colin Curtis. Little bit low. And Dodger fans don't think so, and I don't think Broxton thinks so.
Well, he got it down. Man.
Ooh, right there at the knees, says K-zone. So Curtis gets a reprieve. 34th pitch of the day. And the slider, a great save by Russell Martin. That's the tying run over at third. And if he does not come up with this near wild pitch, this game is tied.
You go for the slider in the dirt, but you really should be going out of the outside corner window to bounce it right down the middle, not go for the back knee of the left-handed hitter, because remember, the last pitch was a fastball away, which could have been called a strike, so it was borderline. But if you come out of that window, I think you get the bat started and you get a strikeout. There, automatically a ball out of your hand.
Colin Curtis, who just made his major league debut this past Monday. It's 3-2.
Now, if you're Joe Girardi, do you start the runner at first base?
Stay out of the double play?
Yeah, but there's also a chance of a strike him out, throw him out. And if you're the Dodgers, do you throw through to second base and risk Granderson trying to steal home?
I don't start the runner because I want Jeter to have a chance.
3-2 the count. Runners at first and third. A 1-run game. He does not run. And a foul.
Breaking ball.
The former Major League infielder Mick Kelleher grabbing that one.
Well, with Curtis hitting from the left side and his speed, I think the strike him out, throw him out is a higher probability than the double play ball. So you want Derek Jeter to have a shot, even if it's with 2 outs.
Granderson at third, the possible tying run. Huffman at first, the possible go-ahead run. And rookie Colin Curtis trying to equal his fellow rookie Chad Huffman's feat of getting a big hit in the comeback. 3-2 the count. And goes on.
Well, I tell you what, he's not being fooled by that fastball. He took one that could have been called strike 3, but he is making good swings at the fastball that's up. So maybe if you're Jonathan Broxton, you need to get one down, because the ones that are up, he's having a good swing at them.
37 pitches thrown in the inning by Broxton, including 10 to Posada, 8 to Granderson, and this will be the 8th to Colin Curtis. And another foul out of play.
But Curtis is just in between on his swing. If those were earlier in the count, he wasn't working the walk or possibly not striking out. He'd be more on those fastballs. He's determining whether it's a slider or a fastball, and then he's starting the bat. He's just a little late. I'm not sure I want to give in to him with a slider here, because you speed that bat up. And then you give that first base hole an opportunity to have just a ground ball to right field tie this game up.
Troncoso, the right-hander, Sherrill, the left-hander, up in the Dodger bullpen. 6-5 Dodgers. Runners at first and third, only one out. And a high slider. Foul back.
Well, there's definitely not any snap on that slider.
So what does that tell you?
That tells you that his arm is tired. He's not getting a good enough rotation there. He's not used to throwing this many pitches in 2 days. That was more just spinning.
That's what we call a cement mixer. The thing just spins and stays right there and gets bigger as you get closer.
This count started at 0-2 to Curtis. 3-2 now. He's fouled off 4. That's Loney to the plate. Cleave. The game is tied. And over to second base goes Huffman. Loney thought that he could get the out at first and still get the runner at the plate. The throw was offline just enough.
Well, the problem is you have to remember who's running from third base. That's what you have to do. You have to remember that Granderson and his speed, if you're coming to the plate, you have to come to the plate. You don't have time to do anything else. You don't have time to think whether you're going to go to second base. You don't have time to think what you're going to do. You just have to come to the plate.
Now, with the pitcher due up next, Joe Torre orders Derek Jeter walked intentionally with first base open. And the possible go-ahead run, Chad Huffman at second base in scoring position. And Francisco Cervelli out on deck. A right-handed hitter. Chad Huffman, a rookie, broke in 2 weeks ago. The big 2-run single to make it a 1-run game. And then Colin Curtis with a marathon at bat. Just did get the tying run home. A man who broke into the big leagues Monday. And by the way, for Colin Curtis, that's his 4th RBI as a big leaguer in 6 at-bats.
Well, he fought off pitches and he put the ball in play, which is what you needed to do, and that's what he did.
You have 2 guys, young guys, earning their stripes, their Yankee stripes.
So big moment for a couple of the youngest Yankees in terms of experience. Here's that play again.
Let's see if he comes home right now. He's okay. He looked at third, stepped on the bag, then tried to come home, and he was off balance as well. I mean, right here, he could keep him from scoring. But he wants to go back and tag the bag. But remember, the speed of Granderson does not allow you to do that.
And A-Rod in the dugout, leading the cheers. And there are a lot of Yankee fans in attendance at Dodger Stadium tonight as well.
If he comes directly home, he has the same situation right here, but they're still ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even if he throws home and Granderson stops, like you said, the run doesn't score and they're going to get an out. There's 2 outs with runners on.
Mariano Rivera now up in the Yankee bullpen. The great Rivera. Well, he got greedy.
Yeah.
He said, I want to end this game right now and save it. But I think what you pointed out may be what it was all about here. He did not factor in who the runner was. The American League outfielder who has so much speed, Curtis Granderson, And you can see him hurry up that throw after he tagged the bag, realizing, oh, I don't have as much time as I thought. Francisco Cervelli. And he has had an outstanding year with the bat. That was the 46th pitch thrown by Broxton. And I think we can safely say he's never gone through a night like this in his young career as a closer. Rick Honeycutt in the foreground, the pitching coach, alongside manager Joe Torre.
I would have
4 runs have scored in the inning. Sorry, Joe.
I mean, he looks like he's throwing the ball better now to Cervelli, but I would still have to wonder why you didn't take him out after they tied the score to save the game here with Troncoso pitching to Cervelli.
By the way, Cervelli for the year with runners in scoring position. There's a runner out there right now at second base, Chad Huffman. Cervelli is hitting .395 in these at bats. Jamie Carroll. It's not a blown save because it wasn't a save situation. But a 4-run lead has disappeared. The Yankees are still very much alive as we go to the last of the ninth. Andre Ethier coming up. Here we go to the last half of the ninth inning, and remarkably, the Dodgers, who had a 6-2 lead into the ninth inning, are coming to bat in the last of the ninth in a tie game, and Mariano Rivera has taken the mound. Coming up next on ESPN SportsCenter with Linda Cohn and Steve Levy, the World Cup recap for the day, and of course the complete roundup in Major League Baseball. There is the great Rivera after the nightmare experienced by Dodger closer Jonathan Broxton. How many times have we seen that over the years, over the many years in the postseason, where the Yankees have roughed up another team's bullpen or a closer, only to see Rivera come in time after time and just shut the door. Broxton threw 48 pitches.
Plus 19 yesterday.
So here is Andre Ethier, the king of the walk-off. And the cutter in there at the knees for a called strike. Ethier had 4 game-ending or walk-off home runs last year. He's had 1 this year. He's had 11 walk-off hits. Not just homers, but walk-off hits going back to 2008, the most in baseball. Ethier tonight 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Whoa, that cutter right into the hands, almost hit him. 0-2 on May the 6th of this year. Last of the ninth, the Brewers in town. Bases loaded, 3-3 tie. LaTroy Hawkins over the center field wall. Grand slam. Game over. So that's 5 in the last 2 seasons. Home runs of the game-ending variety. If he hits one here, the game will be over. Out over the plate, big hop to Jeter. Ethier, out number 1. Ethier has, when he hit that grand slam earlier this year, he was putting up the biggest numbers in baseball. He led all the Triple Crown categories. But since the broken pinky finger in his right hand, he has not been the same hitter, not even close.
One thing that people they forget is that it takes away from your reps in practice too. You're not only playing slightly hurt, but you don't get to take the same reps, the same routine getting ready for the game either.
Manny Ramirez, of course, is no longer in the game. Remember, they made a defensive change, taking Manny out. They were going to wrap up this ball game in the ninth with a 4-run lead. Brought the closer in, Broxton. Took Manny out, bringing in Garrett Anderson to take over in left field for him. So now it is Garrett Anderson against Mariano Rivera. And that has always been more or less a nightmare for Garrett Anderson, as it's been for a lot of left-handed hitters, most of them over the years, against Mariano. And cutter too high, 2-0 the count. Rivera this year, maybe he's not doing it quite the way he used to do it, but the results are better than ever. A .99 ERA. 27 in the third innings before tonight. Only 11 hits allowed. That cutter. Ooh. Called the ball. Right around the inside corner. Called ball 3.
You know what? The one thing I always remember, I never see Rivera question the pitch. He just grabs the ball and throws another one.
There was one this year that I saw, the only time I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
In a game against the Minnesota Twins at Yankee Stadium. And it worked him up a little bit. He eventually gave up a grand slam.
I was surprised that Torrey put the take sign on it, if he did, there to Garrett Anderson. That was going to be the best pitch he was going to see.
Strike 2 with the knees. Anderson was already headed to first base. Has a few words with Chris Guccione.
And that was a cutter.
Yep, it's a backdoor cutter on the outer half to the left-hander. He starts it off the plate and he brings it in and hits a strike.
Excellent call, says K-Zone.
But I think the Dodgers are really upset because of the 0-2 pitch. We saw to Curtis that could have been strike 3 and they didn't get it.
Which K-Zone also thought was strike 3. There is Huffman. You're going to hear all the Yankee fans.
They're the only ones left. Dodger fans leave when they're ahead late in the ball game. There's some Dodger fans.
Now Garrett Anderson's going after the umpire, Guccione again.
Well, coming back across the infield when Garrett was running by the mound, between the mound, he kind of jawed at him a little bit. And he got the heave-ho.
So Joe Torre picks up the argument now.
And Joe's question was, what did he say to you?
Garrett Anderson, who was the replacement, is a defensive replacement for Manny Ramirez.
Well, remember, Ethier said something to him as well when he came back after the first pitch was called a strike, and he didn't like the first strike call. He didn't like.
Well, it makes the Dodger bench a little thinner. Kemp getting the day off. They have to now play.
Jerry Crawford, the crew chief and the third base umpire tonight, stepping in, trying to disarm this rather heated situation.
Fastball for a ball. Cutter up high. Cutter just misses in. We're 3-0. Joe said that might have been the best pitch he was going to see to hit, because here comes a cutter on the back door right at the knees. That's the one the argument started with. And now back there, a high strike, but out, and then a little jog back, a little jawing. Didn't really show him up to the fans. It was just directly to the umpire. A lot of times you get away with a lot of things that you don't say face-to-face directly to the umpire so the crowd or the other team doesn't see it. When you do it in passing like that from that distance, you usually get away with it.
Yeah, remember this. A player has a right to question an umpire. Now, I don't know what he said, but you always have a right to question it. You just have to do it the right way. And as you said, he did not show anybody up.
That ball is hit well down the left field line. Foul ball. A screamer down the line by Blake, and it just would not stay fair, which is the way the entire ninth inning has gone for the Dodgers.
A game that was completely in hand for the Dodgers. The Yankees have the second most comeback wins in the Major League Baseball. They have 21 this year, and they've started on that journey again here, making it 6-6.
Jonathan Broxton, a 48-pitch ninth inning, the most pitches he's ever thrown in an inning. 0-2 the count. 1, 2, 3, and we are going into extra time. 10th inning, the big hitters coming up. Teixeira, A-Rod, Cano. Sunday Night Baseball. And a remarkable turn of events with the Yankees trailing 6-2 into the 9th inning. Joe Torre, Dodger manager, brought in his closer, although it was no longer a rule book save situation. And Jonathan Broxton could not get it done even with a 4-run lead. The Yankees scored 4 times. And now we go to the 10th inning. Ramon Troncoso in to pitch from the Dodger bullpen. And we had thought maybe Troncoso, when he got up to throw after the Yankees added their, after the Dodgers added their 6th run in the 8th inning, because Broxton had been getting ready for that 9th inning all along. We thought maybe Troncoso was going to go in instead of Broxton, but sure enough, the inning ended 6-2, and Broxton came in anyway. And now here is Troncoso after Broxton has had his worst night. Only the 4th extra time game for the Yankees, the 8th for the Dodgers. And ball 1 to Mark Teixeira, who is 0 for 4. He led off that 9th inning, striking out against Broxton. But then A-Rod hit a single to left, and that's where the beginning of the end for Broxton started. And then Cano hit a double to knock in A-Rod. Posada had a 10-pitch at bat. Granderson an 8-pitch at bat. Colin Curtis later on had an extended plate appearance, and he chased a bad one there. The sinking fastball out of the strike zone. 2-1.
Multiple reasons that Joe Torre could have went with Broxton. You know, it wasn't a safe situation, but they were coming into the meat of the order. It was a very quick 3rd out after the 4th run was scored, and Broxton was already ready, and they're playing the Yankees, and they wanted to get it over with, but it just didn't work out that way.
Base hit. And again, there are a lot of Yankee fans at Dodger Stadium.
You know, we go back to that inning, John, where they scored the 4 of the 9th inning. When you're playing in, you have to make up your mind beforehand. Right now, I got to know I'm coming home, or I'm going to go to second base, try to get a double play. Those are the 2 choices I have. You cannot do what he did, tag first and then go home. You've either got to come home and keep the tying run from scoring, or you got to try to turn the double play by going to second base and back to first. And in my opinion, the way you have to think about those things before the play. You can't do them, you know, on the spur of the moment.
Alex Rodriguez. He homered in the 6th. At the time, the Yankees were trailing 5-0. They were being shut down by Clayton Kershaw. And A-Rod hit the home run to make it 5-2. Then down 6-2 in the 9th inning with 1 out and nobody on. A-Rod hit a single to left. And that was the beginning of the 4-run game-tying rally. Other changes, by the way, for the Dodgers, in addition to Troncoso, as that foul ball makes it 0-2. The Dodgers also have Matt Kemp in the game in center field. And moving from center to left field, Reed Johnson. Kemp is going to be listed in the number 2 spot in the batting order, apparently. And the pitcher, Troncoso, is in the number 4 spot, where Garrett Anderson, who got thrown out of the game in the last of the 9th inning, had previously been. For Call, what a play! He got the lead runner. Teixeira at second.
And again, we talk about Jose Reyes of the Mets. Well, that's Rafael Furcal of the Dodgers. They are 2 dynamic shortstops, both in the field and at bat and on the bases. A nice try there by Casey Blake, who was guarding the line to keep the ball from going in the double, from hurting him. And just a perfect play there by Furcal. Look at this. I mean, a perfect throw with something on it right there. Excellent.
Left-handed George Sherrill has been warming up in the bullpen. And Joe Torre out to the mound. He's going to bring in the left-hander right now with the left-handed hitting Cano. Coming up, the American League's batting average leader from Koso is gone. 1 out, 1 on. We'll be back. Rafael Furcal, who just made a sensational play to get the lead runner on a ground ball into the hole by Alex Rodriguez, forcing Teixeira at second. And now a new pitcher comes in, George Sherrill, left-hander, and a guy who had been a closer in the American League with the Baltimore Orioles, also had been in the bullpen for the Mariners before that. And he has seen Robinson Cano, and he has dominated Robinson Cano in the past. Cano is 0 for 11 lifetime against George Sherrill.
But remember, just to be careful here with Cano, because he's hit 8 of his 14 home runs against left-handed pitching.
He has been very good. He's been more powerful against lefties than righties, and coming into this game hitting over 300 against lefties.
Correct. And I don't think Sherrill's fastball is as good now as it was in the past, but he still has that breaking ball.
A-Rod, the runner at first, was heading back to the bag when Sherrill threw that pitch to the plate. There was a time where A-Rod would be a considerable threat to try and steal his way into scoring position here. Left center field. Way back there. It's gone. Robinson Cano has put the Yankees ahead with an opposite field home run. His first hit against Sherrill. 8-6 Yankees.
But John, as I was saying, Sherrill's fastball is not as good as it was before. And that was a fastball. He threw him a curveball. The first pitch got him out in front. Then he tried to throw him a fastball. And again, that's the 9th home run that Cano has hit against left-handed pitching. 9 of his 15 have been against left-handers. And as you said, in at least 100 at-bats less than he's had against right-handed pitching.
Cano drove in the first run and the comeback in the 9th inning with a double, and now he has put them ahead with an opposite field homer in the 10th inning. The dribbler by Posada, Russell Martin, and that is the second out.
I guess they are happy with him hitting behind Alex Rodriguez. Fastball away, and he hits it away. I mean, he has such a live bat. I mean, the ball away from him doesn't bother him, and that's why he's able to hit home runs against left-handed pitching. He can hit it in the left center field. I mean, that ball is drilled. There's no doubt about it. Right away, it's a home run.
And the one thing they've worked on in his swing this year is not drifting. Taking that drifting towards the ball. He's staying back, and you have to stay back to drive that ball that far to the opposite field. If you drift at all, you just cannot create the bat speed to hit the ball that far the opposite way.
Opening day, we did the game, and I talked about how good I thought he would be this year, in better than even last year, and I think we're seeing that. And I talked about him being an MVP, and right now, he is an MVP. I mean, that's what an MVP does.
Well, what we saw with that double play turn he made earlier, that was magnificent.
And to do it defensively, offensively, you know, running the bases, do all that, that's an MVP.
Granderson, who walked in that 4-run 9th inning, fouls one, and then it was his speed that beat the wide throw by James Loney, enabling the Yankees to tie the game. 1-2. Right to Loney, and he'll take it himself. But the great year of Robinson Cano accelerates. He's also among the league's RBI leaders, as well as leading the league in batting average. Mariano Rivera is still in the game to try and save his own win now, thanks to Robinson Cano. 8-6 Yankees. Loney. 27-year-old Robinson Cano, always with so much promise, and his resume already is impressive, especially for a second baseman, but never as much as it was thought he could produce. Offensively, defensively, the whole package has been coming together this year, and he told you before the game, Joe, that despite leading the league in hitting and all the things he's done offensively, the thing he wanted to talk about was his defense,
Well,
which has been
that's
so good.
because they've always, put that knock on him that he wasn't as good defensively as he was as an offensive player. But I tell you what, I mean, he is a fabulous player. Yeah. I think he's going to get better.
He may want to talk about the defense, but I want to talk about the offense.
I think he'll talk about the offense today.
Mariano Rivera now trying to finish his own win. He threw 12 pitches in the 9th inning. By the way, Rivera now 40 years old. It was not very much of a surprise for him to go 2 innings in years past. We saw him do it many times in the postseason as Loney hits a foul and the count quickly is 0-2. But Rivera just went 2 innings in a game on Wednesday in Arizona. It's the second time this week.
Yeah, but he doesn't do like Broxton did, throw 48 pitches in an inning. See, he knows what he's doing out there. He usually shortens his appearances by throwing strikes.
And now Mariano Rivera is trying to drive the final dagger through the heart of his former manager, Joe Torre, the manager under whom Rivera became a closer in the first place.
And I guess the problem is if Joe or anybody else says this was just another series, I think we saw that it wasn't, by the fact that he did bring Broxton in with a 4-run lead.
Almost the way he would in a postseason series. Up the middle. Cano has no play. Base hit for Loney. His first of the night. So this one is still not quite over yet. Rivera got the save here. He had the 2-inning game in Arizona Wednesday, and he got the game 1 save here on Friday. He struck out the side, and now into his 2nd inning of work. So this has been a busy week for a 40-year-old reliever.
We're used to seeing him go 2 innings or more in the playoffs. That was 3 times in 09 he did that. And you have to go back all the way to May 16, 2009 for the other regular season time that he went 2 innings or more.
This is Russell Martin, 0 for 3 with a walk. Check swing. An appeal asked for. No. This is Brian Onora, the first base umpire. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, we've had one remarkable comeback in this game already, a 4-run 9th inning. And it would be truly remarkable to get a comeback against Mariano Rivera. We'll see if the Dodgers can make it happen. 2-0 the count to Martin. Reed Johnson has been the man tonight for the Dodgers lineup. 2 doubles, a single. He's on deck.
That's a little different from Mariano to miss by that much. It's one thing to go 3-0. It's another thing to miss your target by 4 or 5 glove lengths.
Well, we mentioned earlier how he did get touched up for the grand slam by Jason Kubel of the Minnesota Twins in a game at Yankee Stadium, which had never happened before to the great Rivera. 3-0 the count. 3-1.
I know it would have been taking a chance, but I think right there, like I would have with Garrett Anderson, I would have let him hit. You're getting to the bottom of the order. I think I would have let him hit. And maybe he did. He just didn't like the pitch.
Well, he tried to blast that one, fouling it back to the screen. 3-2. 8-6. The Yankees are leading. The Yankees, who were trailing 5-0 into the 6th inning, were trailing 6-2 into the 9th inning. And now they lead 8-6 in the last of the 10th. Rivera trying to save it as he's done hundreds of times in his brilliant career. But this is his 2nd inning of work. Strike 3 call. And another ejection. The 2nd Dodger to be thrown out of this game in the last 2 innings. Well, I think Russell Martin earned that ejection.
Yeah. Well, you're saying he got his money's worth. Garrett Anderson did not. He was trotting on across the field. He didn't even know he was thrown out.
There's a lot of frustration with the Dodgers right now. You think about how they were starting to spiral down. They got a big win yesterday, and then they had this game in hand, about to win a series, first time in a long time. And that's a pileup of frustration. Not just one at bat. That's the Yankees. That's losing. That's the offense struggling at times. It's just coming to a head.
Now Reed Johnson, one away in the 10th inning. K-Zone agreed with the umpire in that call.
And it looks like, I mean, all except one call. I mean, K-Zone has agreed with Guccione. The only one they didn't agree on was the 0-2 pitch to Curtis in the 9th inning, but they agreed with him on that pitch there to Martin and also to Garrett Anderson.
0-1 the count to Reed Johnson. He's hit a double to right, a double to left, and had an infield single. 3 for 4. He grounded into a double play, though, against Jabba Chamberlain in the 8th inning. Look at the movement of that cutter. And the count is a ball and a strike. Now, talking about the frustration, it's been accumulating here, building earlier this week down the road in Anaheim against their neighbors, the Angels. They had a couple of base running gaffes in the top of the 9th inning when they were down by a run that cost them the game. And one of them was Reed Johnson, who started to slow up on his way to the plate when he was the tying run as Martin got thrown out trying to go back to second. And that was the final out of the game, and Johnson had not yet reached home plate. And earlier in that same inning, Matt Kemp got picked off at second by Brian Fuentes. So that is huge frustration. The Dodgers, who had lost 7 of their last 8 before their win yesterday. There's George Sherrill, who allowed the home run to Cano after he was brought in expressly to face Cano here in the 10th inning. Cano had never had a hit against him before. But Cano's doing a lot of things.
I was going to say, maybe was it 359 or 360 at this time of the season, and never had 53 RBIs, which is what he has now. But
he's been historically a slow starter.
Right.
First Yankee in the history of the Yankee organization to hit 400 in April and have 8 or more home runs.
Wow. The Babe never did that?
Nope. He's the first ever.
2-2. Got a piece of that high fastball to stay alive. 2-2 to Reed Johnson.
And he was hitting 348 in June.
Going back a little further, the Dodgers also have lost 10 of their last 14. They had lost 7 of 8 before yesterday. 7 of 9 after their win yesterday. They had been extremely hot. They had a huge month of May after a very slow start to their season. Struck him out.
John, you talk about how sharp the cutter looks. Just watch the late break on the cut fastball by Mariano Rivera. There it just moves a tiny bit. The location is best, but watch this one low and away. It looks like a dead straight fastball, and then right at the end, turbo cut.
Wow.
And Joe will tell you the spin on a cutter is subtle. It's not the dot that you see on a slider. It's not the red, the bright red you see on a curveball. It looks like a four-seam fastball. It has more white to it, so it's hard to tell that it's going to break.
Jamie Carroll, the Dodgers' final hope. Carroll entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning and got an infield single, stole second, and then was doubled home by Rafael Furcal, which at the time looked like just a little extra insurance for the Dodgers. It made it 6-2. Now he's trying to keep the Dodgers alive, who are down 8-6. Carroll is not a home run hitter. He's a pretty good hitter who will battle, get some walks. Hitting .292 coming into this game, but no home runs in 162 official at bats. Andre Ethier. And the Dodgers wondering what happened tonight. They had 62 in the ninth. foul ball. Mariano Rivera, who had a 12-pitch ninth inning, but has now thrown 19 pitches in the 10th inning, 31 total for the 40-year-old right-hander. But he's one strike away from wrapping up a Yankee win and a series win.
By the sound of the house, you'd think we were in Yankee Stadium.
And that cutter off the outside. And Carroll, he just watched Reed Johnson chase that pitch out of the strike zone, and he would not. 2-2. Some of those Yankee fans you're talking about. Alex Rodriguez hugging the line at third. Teixeira near the line at first, behind the runner. Back out of play.
You know, the interesting thing about the Dodger fans that are sitting in silence while this standing ovation is going on, they have great respect for the Yankee organization, what they've accomplished. If this was a Dodger-Giant game, the boos would come up over the cheers to try and drown out the cheers for the final out for the opposing team. But here, the Dodger fans almost just watching this as an event.
2-2. Derek Jeter to Cano. It didn't seem possible when we saw Broxton heading in for the ninth inning with a 4-run lead, but it has happened. The Yankees win this game 8-6 and take the series 2 out of 3 as we say so long to interleague play for another year. And for the Dodgers, this one hurts. It's been a bad couple of weeks, and they lose for the 8th time in their last 10. 8-6. Cano's home run wins it. Coming up next is SportsCenter. And this has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Rivera gets the win, and Troncoso takes the loss. And now for Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser and our entire Sunday Night Baseball crew, John Miller in Los Angeles. Thanks for watching, and now we say good night, and here's SportsCenter.
Is a special presentation of the Yes Network.
And it is time for Yankees Extra Innings here on Yes. Great to have you with us. Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry is on assignment. Kim Jones is in the clubhouse, and she will have a reaction from what was an absolutely amazing ball game. Hope you got a chance to watch it. We'll get to the highlights in just a minute, but the Yankees win it 8-6 in 10, taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Now, you know what we do on Extra Innings. The fact that Jack isn't here for right now because he's on assignment, don't worry about it. You're the star. You're going to make it happen. Your tweet, that third inning in which the Dodgers scored 3 runs, very uncharacteristic of Andy, but ultimately, as we know, the Yankees won the game 8-6 in 10. Let's hear from Andy, get his thoughts on tonight's ball game.
Yeah, oh, definitely. You know, you go from just being really frustrated, obviously, have a chance to win the series, and then, you know, just feeling like I gave the game to them. I mean, with the bad throws that I made, gave them 3 runs in that inning, and that was hard to swallow for sure. I felt good, scuffled a little bit out of the windup with my mechanics a little bit. I was flying open a little bit, but other than that, I felt good. I'm just, you know, what can you say? What a great win for us. Great comeback. To be able to do what we did in that 9th inning against their closer, you know, it was fun to watch, and the guys are fired up in there. It was a big win for us.
As you're watching that 9th, what did you think of the quality of at-bats, not only from your veteran teammates, but guys like Huffman and Curtis?
It was amazing. I mean, it was, you know, it was almost like a playoff atmosphere watching them. But seriously, I mean, just the way that they were locked in, laying off great sliders that he was throwing down and in, fouling off, you know, great fastballs on the black. It was amazing to watch. The guys just threw wonderful at-bats at him that inning for sure.
So can you take from this the great dramatic win, or are you going to kick yourself out after that 3rd inning?
Well, obviously, I mean, as a starting pitcher, I mean, I want to go 7-8 innings, you know. So I'm kicking myself for sure. I'm kicking myself on the throws, you know, and then just on a few, you know, pitch selections that I had that I just felt, you know, when you look back, you're like, man, I shouldn't have threw that pitch, you know. You know, but it's a great win. I mean, it was a great win for us as a club, and you know, looked like we were going to go home and lose this series, and it was a big series for us, and then we're walking away now with a series win, and that's what we're looking for. And like I said, to be so frustrated thinking we were gonna lose the series and then basically blame it on myself, it was nice to be able to pull this one off and to be able to get a win.
So they do take 2 of 3 in Los Angeles, a very successful way to wrap up interleague play. They also took 2 of 3 in Arizona, as we know. And Andy Pettitte, well, this is what he's done in 15 starts, 9-2, the ERA at 2.54. By the way, of the 5 runs that he allowed tonight, only 2 of those were earned because of the errors. It's a crazy game.
Amazing. Starts with 1 out. Alex gets a hit. Robbie doubles. And then Georgie puts a great at bat on Broxton. Granderson puts a great at bat on Broxton. Huffman puts a great at bat on, and so does Curtis. I mean, it was unbelievable. And we end up scoring 4 runs. We kind of stole the momentum there. And then for Robbie Cano, that's his first hit off of Sherrill. He was 0 for 11. I mean, that's our night.
What does a win in this series that way do for this club right now?
Well, it seems like it's our first real come-from-behind win that we've had all year long. And it seemed like, you know, sometimes that can give you some momentum going forward. You know, you start getting a couple of them. And, you know, it's a big win for us. It's not easy to come out west. You know, west has been tough for us at times. And to be able to win 2 series is great.
As great as those at-bats were, you know what to expect from some of those guys in the 9th, Joe. But do you learn a little about the Chads, Huffman, and Curtis in a moment like that?
You do. I mean, they had great at-bats. And you look at Colin Curtis's bats all trip long. They were all very, very good. And Huffman's had much better at-bats coming off the bench than, you know, he did maybe his first few. Maybe there were a lot of nerves there. I'm sure there were a lot of nerves there. But his at-bats have been really good, too.
I know everyone loves matchups. Everyone checks numbers. But right now, no matter what Robbie's numbers are against anyone, do you like him at the plate? Yeah,
I mean, he's been clutch for us all year long and just has an amazing knack for getting the barrel of the bat to the ball.
Joe, Andy just described this huge series win and a playoff atmosphere. You had mentioned that Friday. Is this also the most exciting atmosphere maybe you've seen, certainly on the road this year?
Well, I mean, we've been to some other places that can be pretty exciting too, Boston, but this was and it was equal. It was a great atmosphere. I think there were some record crowds here, I believe. Obviously, a lot of the stars come out. You know, they're all over the place, and it was a great atmosphere.
You went to go 2 innings in the 9th the other night. Try to do it again tonight. Is that something
I don't want to get into a habit of this. And the one thing that, you know, you don't necessarily have to play with, you know, now is where he's hitting in the order. And because the first inning was so easy for him, I went and talked to him. I said, be honest with me. Tell me how you really feel. And he said, I feel great. And I said, okay, you got 1 more inning.
Plan going in with 2 innings?
Well, I wasn't sure. If I could, I was going to. But it all depended on how many pitches he threw and how he told me he felt.
As good as a guy like Broxton is, does a night like tonight, watching the comparisons to closers, give you even more of an appreciation if possible for what you have in Mo?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it all along. This organization has been very fortunate to have a guy like Mo. And Jonathan Broxton, you look at his numbers coming in, they were incredible. And, you know, we got to him.
How's Gardner, Joe?
Their doctor saw no reason for x-rays. However, he's going to see our doctor tomorrow, and if they order x-rays, he'll get them. Yeah, he had some swelling just right here in that muscle.
Right, let's take a look at an email now from Mark Rosenthal, who says this: the Yankees' day off on Monday and coming home might be a blessing in disguise. This last homestand before the All-Star break is going. Here's Alex.
We were off for the first 2 at-bats. We were just awful, and we made an in-game adjustment, and Kevin Long made an adjustment with my posture and my stance, and we put it to work. The last 3 at-bats were much better.
He said he told you to use your legs more.
And spread out a little bit and use my legs more, and I was a little bit too vertical, and it was a nice adjustment by him and I.
How do you say about Mariano Rivera?
I mean, I'm done talking about Mo. You can't say anything else. He's the greatest, and he just never seems to disappoint.
The way you guys come back with this, the people involved up and down the lineup, reminds me of last year.
Well, I mean, I don't even remember last year having a win like this, to be honest with you. I mean, that was quite a miracle. It took 25 guys, and bullpen did a really nice job, all the way from Marte to Robertson to Java and then Mo, and great at-bats late in the game.
What is the key against Broxton when one after another doesn't make any work and it's paying off?
Well, I mean, I don't know against Broxton. We haven't faced them that much. But I think for the most part, guys swung at strikes, and they were very competitive, and they were not willing to lose the game.
Has Robbie Cano ever surprised you? Say, I I didn't think he could do that.
Robbie's amazing. I mean, you see a ball like that and hits a left center by a left-handed hitter. It looked like a right-handed power hitter hit that. That was quite awesome.
For you, Alex, how satisfying is this series?
No, for me, it means just a nice win, nice Arizona and here to come to the West Coast on a very dangerous road trip that easily could have been 1-5. We leave 4-2. It's pretty good.
You know what, Alex makes a great point there because some of those games were touch and go, like this one tonight, but they end up winning. Here's what Alex has for the season now. Batting .285, 11 homers, 54 runs batted in. And, we always say, well, Alex really hasn't gotten going yet. Maybe he's starting to, but for a guy who hasn't got going yet, those are some pretty good numbers. So Alex Rodriguez coming around, comes up with that 2-run home run tonight. Now, we also mentioned, if you remember in the last break, that the last time the Yankees rallied from 4 or more down in the 9th inning or beyond, it came back in April 19th, 2007. Well, let's put you in the time machine and take you back to that. And it was a walk-off. Alex Rodriguez against Joe Borowski, and he just stood and watched that thing fly. So Alex Rodriguez coming up with a big shot there. Now, we also know that Alex was involved in what happened in the 9th inning tonight when the Yankees rallied to score 4 runs and tied the game at 6. And one of the guys involved in that, ironically, a guy who just got called up, Chad Huffman, a guy who wouldn't really even have been in the game had it not been for Brett Gardner getting hit by a pitch in the top of the 3rd. Huffman ends up going 2 for 3, comes up with a big base hit to score 2. Let's hear from Huffman.
It just shows what kind of team we got. We got a bunch of winners on this team, and it shows our character tonight and came out and pulled this one out.
Chad, how'd you put together that at-bat against Broxton?
I was just go up there and try and get a good pitch to hit. That's pretty much, trying to get some over the middle of the plate, not cut up in the situation. And when I get something good to hit, drive it.
The way the inning had unfolded with so many of your teammates, long at-bats and seeing a lot of pitches, did that help you?
Oh, absolutely. And I got the scouting reports from all the guys. And, luckily, I talked to Al right before my at-bat, and I kind of got a game plan and stuck with it.
Alex, did you say? Yes. What did he tell you?
Just told me to stay on top of it and try to, get some middle of the plate and go right center on it.
You're very calm right now, but at that moment, are you a little nervous?
No, you get butterflies, but nervous is a little bit different. It's, like I said, it's lucky to be in that situation, and I'm glad I could come through and help the team win tonight.
And winning that battle, you're on base, you're appreciating the runs have scored. Tell us about that moment.
Say it again?
That moment when you're on base, the runs have scored, you've come through, that moment.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, it's a feeling of relief, especially when you come out and Robinson gets a big 2-run home run and gets a 8-6 lead and go out there with the best closer in the game. It feels pretty good.
Biggest moment, obviously, as a Yankee so far, Chad?
Absolutely, no doubt.
All right, so a great moment there for Chad Huffman. Now, preceding him in that 9th inning, a few guys getting on base. We know that. Jorge Posada, a 10-pitch at bat. Curtis Granderson followed up with an 8-pitch at bat. And then after Huffman, Colin Curtis comes up with another 10-pitch at bat. So the Yankees got back to doing what they did best as they worked Jonathan Broxton over in that 45-pitch inning. For Broxton, the most he has ever thrown in an inning. He got absolutely worn out by the Yankees hitters. Right now, we want to hear, Jared, where are we going again? Oh, Kevin Long, the hitting coach. I'm sorry about that. Kevin Long talking about the approach of his guys and how they rallied tonight.
Let's start with Cano, Kevin. He had been hitless against Sherrill in his career, but this is a different Robbie Cano, right?
Well, we felt real comfortable with him going up there. He's had so many good at-bats against left-handed pitching all year, and, the 0 for 11, that's in the past. And, what he tried to do is he tried to slide step and get a fastball by him. And Robbie just crunched it, hit it good.
And for him to hit it where he hit it, what does that tell you, the expert?
Well, that means that he did everything possible, everything well that he could do to hit that ball that far. I mean, he really, to drive a ball to left center field at night at Dodger Stadium says a lot about Robinson Cano.
As a hitting coach, is that 9th inning a dream given the quality of at-bats, the results as well, but the quality of those at-bats?
Well, I think it might give us a little boost. We had so much of that momentum last year. We had walk-offs, and that was the first time that I really felt good about our comeback and what we were doing, the at-bats we were putting together. Huffman getting a big hit, Colin Curtis's at-bat, Granderson's at-bat. It was just one after another, and it's a great feeling. Being a hitting coach and knowing that I have something to do with this, it was fun to watch.
And then as the Yankees rally for those 6 runs late in the game in the 9th and 10th innings, they got the ball in Mo's hands, so you know what that means. He did a nice shutdown job against the Dodgers tonight. And for the second time in 5 games, he comes up with a 2-inning win. So he gets 2 wins on this road trip, improves to 2-1 on the season. Let's hear from Mo.
Outstanding. Remind me last year, a few games about
we won like that. It was great, you know. That tells you the character of this team, you know, never give up, 27 outs, and that's what we did today.
Before we started talking to you, you just said, what about that at bat by Curtis Huffman as well? Two young guys, did they show you a little something tonight?
Oh yeah, I mean, they were in the uniform, you know, when they wear that uniform, I mean, they want to give everything within their power to do right and to contribute to the big win today.
You go out there, you give Joe the one inning, then he checks with you. Tell us about that conversation.
I mean, Joe is a tremendous guy. You know, I can never say nothing about Joe but great things. Always been there. You know, he just been there for me.
What do you say? Do you say I'm good for the 10th?
Well, I mean, he asked me. Well, you know, I mean, he said, if you're ready to go back, he said, don't lie or be truthful. I said, I'm ready.
He says he doesn't want to make a habit of it. On this trip, he's made a habit of it, right?
Oh, two of them. I know. I told him don't get used to, you know. But it's good. You know, it's good. I mean, we won. That's the most important thing. We won, and that was a big win for us.
You know, what a great vibe for this team, winning 8-6-10. They win 2 of 3. They head home. They start a series coming up against Seattle on Tuesday night, but a chance to kind of decompress after this road trip now. It is a much better plane flight back cross country. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And one of the reasons why what happened in that 9th inning and some great at-bats as the Yankees gutted it out against Jonathan Broxton and really got on a tear. I mentioned Jorge Posada, that 10-pitch at-bat. He comes up with a single. And that sets up runners at first and third in a 6-3 game. Then Curtis Granderson, 8 pitches, draws a walk. It's bases loaded. Chad Huffman follows, knocks one into right. That scores 2. And then following him, Colin Curtis, who works another 10-pitch at bat. Now remember, he got called up for the Arizona series for this National League Park series. Came through in Arizona, had 3 runs batted into that point, knocks in another right there. So a great moment for Colin Curtis as the Yankees in that inning scoring 4 runs on 4 hits. 9 batters came to the plate in an inning that lasted 30 minutes, in an inning that Jonathan Broxton had to throw 45 pitches. Let's hear from Colin Curtis.
You know, it was a lot of fun, great win. Coming back, you know, we never gave up the whole inning, just battled the whole time, and you know, one good at bat after another, and you know, it ended up leading to 4 runs and got us right back in the game.
I asked Huffman the same thing. There's so many good at bats in a row. Does that help you, considering you know you haven't seen Broxton?
Yeah, I think that was a lot of the guys' first time ever seeing him, and you know, you go up there and you watch guys taking good pitches and fouling off balls, and then getting a good pitch to hit, and it just kind of building one after another. And I think that does kind of help. Just, you know, you're watching, you guys gaining confidence as you're watching your teammates go up there and put together good at-bats.
You make contact. How quickly do you wheel around to see if the run scored?
Well, I hit the ball first, and then I think I was more dodging the ball from hitting me in the face than it kind of brought me to turn around, and I saw Curtis score, and, you know, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, the ball almost hit me right in the head, so I had to duck for a second.
Even veterans, Colin, are saying what a great win. How does this compare to what you've been a part of?
I mean, I can't really say it does compare. I mean, it was just amazing out there. I mean, everyone was pulling for each other. There was so much excitement. The whole, you know, the ballpark was buzzing, and you know, we put together a great inning, came back, and you know, then Robbie, you know, put us ahead, and Mo closed the door. So I mean, it was a great win all the way around.
All right, and a big moment for Robinson Cano as well. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Robbie on his game-winning home run. Don't go away. Game-winning home run tonight. He does it off George Sherrill. I mentioned this earlier. He was 0 for 11 against Sherrill in his career. Sherrill had not given up a home run to a left-hander this season until Robbie got him. Here's Cano.
I just was looking for a pitch that I can drive, and I thought he was going to throw the first fastball on the first pitch, but he threw me slide, and then I just said, well, I got to stay back and lose 40 that I can drive and go the other way.
Kevin Long said the way you hit that ball and where it landed means you did everything mechanically correct in that at-bat. Does it feel that way? When you have that kind of an at-bat, does it feel that way?
Yeah, I would say the whole series, I was the only one that I was just right on time. Because besides that, every fastball I was late. And good thing, you know, just come through at the right time.
What's it feel like to come through at the right time, win this series, win a game like that?
Well, it feels great, you know, because here it's all about winning and losing, and now we're going to take a flight, 5 hours flight, so it's good to win again so we can at least joke around on the airplane.
Robbie, you guys are so used to
just everywhere you go on the road, but what was this weekend like in LA here? You never get a chance to play here.
Well, it was more fun than what I expected, and it's a nice field. I've never been here before. And also they had a great team. They played great baseball, and both teams ended up our side.
Robbie, you obviously delivered the game winner, but is there a feeling as that ninth even is unfolding that you guys felt like maybe, we got this?
Well, after I hit that double, I said, well, we got a chance, and then Sato got the hits, and then, you know what, he throws a lot of balls out of the play, and I said, well, we got a chance here. And good things, Hoffman came out too, and got the line drive the other way at the right time, like I'm calling too. So it was like I always say, everybody had to step up and do something.
All right, so it's a big win for the Yankees, 8-6-10. That's going to do it for a crazy edition of Yankees Extra Innings. After the off day Monday, the Yankees resume play at home in the Bronx against the Seattle Mariners. It's going to be Cliff Lee in that game against Phil Hughes. Tuesday night's game is one that you can see on My 9, but then we'll see you again here on Yes Wednesday night for Game 2 of the series. The batting practice show begins our coverage at 6 o'clock, and then Jack Curry, Kim Jones, and I will have the pregame for you at 6:30. Now, for all of us at Yes, I'm Bob Lorenz. Thanks for being here on Yankees Extra Innings. A dramatic win. They score 4 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th on Robbie Cano's game-winning homer. They take it 8-6-10.